Yeah, people, we're back. Welcome. Welcome to the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. Today we'll be doing every ending, and I will hopefully have it completed by today. And then tomorrow we'll do my weapon. Yes. Because this blends in with Spooky Month perfectly. Right. So, yes, give me a moment to set up and we'll be ready. and you'll see my buddy the bucket. Oh god, I forgot. Amazon Stanley now. I need to update this. There we go. Only that I need a game capture to. You can tell I'm prepared for this. Naturally, we need a game capture for this shit. Yeah, this game has to be done. Alright, there we go. Just stretch. My fingers are being held up. Easier pickup. Alright, so yes, I think we can just start it. Please take our time. It's clearly it's 23 a.m. Hang on. What? Before we get started, can I just say something? Yeah, sure, man. Thank you actually say the clock both times you booted up the game. A lot of people don't take that step seriously. They just leave the clock set to 12 a.m. or 12, I call it a day. But you're actually taking the time to set the clock, and I appreciate that. Okay, I misclicked rest of the game. I need to set you to full screen soon. That's how I know that you care about this experience. You're paying attention. I didn't even have any way of knowing if the times you're setting are correct. Tell you what, I'll make you a deal. Since you've been so corrupted, next time you boot up the game and see this screen, just set the clock to your favorite time. Go ahead, pitch whichever time you want. Even if it's not correct time, you've earned it. Alright, I'll let you get back to the video game now. Now, hold on. Firstly, this is loud as shit. Holy fuck.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
We need him to be loud.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. I want this to be full screen. Let's go readjust it OBS, and then I'm gonna have to fix it. Desperately try to fix shit. Wait, no, don't reset the resolution. Keep there. And I just need to. And I'll keep the Wahoo. I'm sure it blends it with Stanley. Right. I'll fix that though. Actually, no. They know what you know what I want. Alright, and now we have full screen. There we go. I'll quit the desktop. Because I want to see what that guy has to say. I said I was going to do this in a BC, did it? Okay, hold on. Let's screen share that. Please set to the current time. I'll say it to my favorite. I like 8:05 because that's where I only fucking collapse. 8:05 a.m. Your favorite time of the day. Or could you simply not resist giving me the correct time again? After all, I know how much you enjoy saying the time correctly. Okay, now I'm curious. How accurate is 8:05? Let's use another slider to find out. It's very inaccurate. Now, can I just say, regardless of the accuracy of the clock, I'm having such a great time adjusting these settings. I feel like I'm learning more about you and how you like things to be set. It's good to collect data. I wish we had more sliders, but we've gone through all the sliders I have. Perhaps I could invent some new sliders to get new data on you. Shouldn't be too hard. Yeah, let me whip a couple of new ones up. Should be ready by the next time you boot up the game. God damn it. Okay, fine. I'll humor you. We'll see how far we can go with this. Considering no one's joined yet, I'll just keep it not streamed. Developed by crows. Hidden by crows. Please adjust the sight until the computer is barely visible. I want that was barely visible to me. Please adjust the slider until the dogs and cats are friends. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, they're partners. Please adjust the slider until the number 5 becomes the number 9. Please adjust the slider until you stop adjusting the slider. Sorry, I think my mouse is stuck. Which of the two made-up words below is the most appealing to you? Akabuk Hikal Scrumtush. I like Scrumtush. Sounds like a great insult. They saw just the slider. Alright. Do you know what time it is now? Yes. Is the time that it is right now the correct time? Yes. What time? What is time anyway? Yes. Is there anything about yourself that you haven't told me? Yes. Help. Yes. Will you come back to visit me? Yes. Yeah, let's do it again. I wanna see where this goes. Develop like gross. Yeah. There we go. What time is it? Does anyone really truly know? Of course they don't. Nobody knows anything. You and I don't even know each other. We're like strangers. Sure, I've adjusted all of the game settings to your exact specifications, but who hasn't? It's just what I do, like a day job. And now the job is over. There are no more information for me to get. I collected all the data on you I can. And I still don't really know you. And you don't know me. And neither of us knows what time it is. I guess some things are just unsettable. But I'm being totally honest, the clock doesn't do anything in the game anyway. It won't have me here when the game starts next time, but that's okay. Video games were meant to be played alone. You like being alone, don't you? Yeah, sometime maybe. That's maybe the only information I really learned about you. Well, it's time for me to leave. There is still one more setting that we need to adjust, but it may take a little time before I'm ready for that. It's not really my job description, but that's okay. Perhaps you'll see me again, if you can find me. Talk soon. Ah. Yeah, fuck it, let's start it now.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Tell me the story.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in.
All right, let's get every ending.
Made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
And I'm happy for Stanley.
And then one
Alex
day,
ruined his
something
life.
very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk
and bounces from the VC for a bit. And it's back to the stream on the thing. Adjust the music.
and stepped out of his office.
And then was socially awkward.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that.
Yes,
No.
true.
This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end.
Yes,
he will
truly.
be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
It was a good egg, babe. Alright. Let's do it!
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
Damn right. Let's do it.
I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks. No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417? Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
All right.
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere.
Yeah.
Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
Yeah, let's do it. This is a hype moment.
Now, back to door number 437.
Yeah.
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine? All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
This is gonna be the greatest achievement.
Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk. Yes! This is great! You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416.
I mean...
We've almost got it! Now the copy machine, do that one again!
Yes, let's do it. I'm feeling it, man.
Finish it off, Stanley! 5 clicks on door 430!
1, 2, 3, 4, 5!
Yes! We did it!
A shame I already got the
That
achievement.
felt amazing. Oh, you really earned it, Stanley. Nothing could hold you back. Yes, I'm
Damn
very
fucking
proud of
straight.
how far we've come today. Just think, only a few minutes ago, you believed an achievement was worth 5 little clicks. Really now, what were you thinking?
Truly. Hey, isn't there an ending I'm missing? Yes, wait, I remember.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be?
Yeah.
Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet? Well,
Yes.
I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just hit escape and restart the game any old time you want, like right now. You could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit. Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you can maintain. There once was a man named Stanley, who people considered so manly. But the truth must be told, he was not very old and was quite particularly gangly. What Stanley liked most was buttons. He pushed them like some kind of glue.
I love this song.
He did it all day in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased to function. Which is why he is in this parable and lives an existence quite terrible. And if you are not strong and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable. Yes. You too will become quite unbearable.
I love this shit, man. My charger is. Yeah, while you endure this, let me go find my fucking charger for my phone. There we go. Alright, what were we doing? Oh yeah, shit. Let's do it again!
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
They're out here.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet? Ah, then in that case we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different? Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer? Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option?
No.
Clearly, this whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and this is rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one. So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one?
I love both
Imagine
of
if
them
you had
equally.
selected continue
Yeah,
on
my
your first
favorite.
playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky. Well now, I've built up the other options so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
See ya. I love the void. I must go back.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Maybe the
Stanley decided to
Illuminados
go to the
kidnapped
meeting
him.
room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Input. I wanna see what the inputs do.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Yes.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Yes. And then Stanley went back downstairs. I'll narrate over your story and you can't do shit.
Stanley decided to go to the
about it.
meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself and constantly needed support.
And then he went back to his office. And then saw the mythical other button. And then Stanley died. Whee! This is paradise, man. I love it. I love it so much. There we go. Now that we have this out of the way, let's leave. No, I got a whole bed.
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Actually, no. Stanley flipped a coin to decide where he went. And then Stanley went to the right door to
This was
fuck
not
your
the correct
feelings.
way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Yes.
Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this
love
immaculate,
this
beautifully
room.
constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
Love it.
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
Damn fucking straight, man.
At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone left. Stanley sat around waiting for more dialogue, but when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
Nope. I just love soaking in dialogue.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
I want back! I want back! No, I can't do business anymore.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think that in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Yes, and now I can soak the room in again. That's the real ending. Soak in that beautiful, beautiful fucking room. That was not an ending.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I don't trust that
when
door.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Yeah, sure, I'll be a good Samaritan.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
How does that make me move? No. Nah.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Yeah, you know what? Sure. Because the boss knows that what the boss say goes. If the boss suffered losses, then that's what the boss chose. I love that. Really fucking funky, right? What did it mean, miss? Woo! The fuck did that panda do? Indoors monthly. Yeah, sorry, I want to just go to the party floor. If you don't mind me. This is my stop. It's my stop. I just want to party at this area for a moment.
Stepping in.
Uh-oh. I think I broke it in it. I think I broke it in it. I better get out of here. Oh, what the hell happened to the lighting here? Should be. I'll be a polite Samaritan and close down stuff. Bucket. Bucket. Alright, let's just walk out of here. I think that will be in our best interest if we just walked on out of here. You are now leaving. Yes. Real quiet route this one is. Escape pod launch bay. Ooh, what does that thing do? I guess we'll never know. Alright, let's do this.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Oh, and I guess this is where Stanley felt he needed to be right now, in this little hallway. Here, with no distractions, to study room 417. Not to actually enter it. No. That would be far too forward. Stanley wanted to know it from the outside. To see it not just with his eyes, but with his heart. He would know room 417 as no man or woman had ever known an office before. That ladder over there. Oh, and that little picture of a horizon or something. It's all just a never-ending parade of joy for Stanley.
Damn fucking straight, man. This is my goal, to study every room. Bleh.
Ah, no, apparently not. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Let's get to the left door.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Sorry, I think I dropped my wallet down here somewhere. I need to make double short.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down?
Oh my God!
Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming!
Yeah.
This is all a dream. Oh,
I'm not streaming right now. This is just a
to
dream.
have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. and he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment and my wife and my job.
I miss my wife's
all
narrator.
I want is my life.
I miss her a
exactly
lot.
The way it's always
I'll
been.
be back.
My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay.
What the fuck?
Stanley began screaming.
Ah!
Someone wake me up. My name is Stanley. I'm the boss. I'm the office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must
The
be real.
demons in my head,
Anyone
they're
hear my voice?
here.
Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black. This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy, this much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day, the very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Noting the endings, let's see what I could do now.
A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather.
What the fuck? Nah, I'm seeing things.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Oh, what? Yeah, sure. Left door.
Yet
left
there was not
door,
a single person here either.
left door.
Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Yes. Let's go up here.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean?
Yes,
Stanley
what truly
wondered
could it
aloud
be?
to
Maphead, get
nobody.
on it.
He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could its purpose be? In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
That's your reasoning. I love abandoned elevators and lights.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Nah, I'll go
Oops,
on
nope.
for longer.
Never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out. Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have, an incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow. I'm bolted to the edge of my seat.
Let's go back.
Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this?
Because I'm a genius.
Did you think we were going to go forward down the spooky corridor? No. It's time once again to go back up in the elevator. I can't even begin to grapple with what might be up there. Is it the boss's office again? Or what if it's the boss's office this time? The suspense is killing me.
Yeah, me.
Oh my God. It's the boss's office.
Oh my God.
This absolutely changes everything for me. Give me a time out here for a minute while I process this. Okay, I'm ready. I'm prepared to embrace this stunning revelation and to move forward with... No, wait. No, I need more time to process. All right, I have fully come to terms with it. I have made space in my worldview for this astonishing new reality. As before, I turn to your expert eye for gripping narrative, Master Stanley.
Yeah, man, I love it.
Of course. Going back down in the elevator. How did I not anticipate it? I mean, sure, now it's obvious, but you have to understand that 30 seconds ago, this kind of thing had never been attempted before. I had no frame of reference to even anticipate it. That's just how revelatory Stanley's decision-making is, a breath of fresh air in a landscape of storytelling that has grown stale and repetitive. You know what? I've just thought of something. Hold on, let's stop for a moment. Don't you realize? It's the anticipation, Stanley. You and I, we have no way of knowing what will be at the top of this elevator. But the suspense, the agony of waiting and anticipating and having to guess, that's the real thrill.
It's scary.
Oh, I simply don't want to let that feeling go. It's so precious, so fleeting. Why don't we take this elevator ride nice and slow? There we go. Isn't this so much more exciting? You know, Stanley, it seems like nowadays the only thing that audiences want is to be shocked as loudly and frequently as possible. They want big, explosive moments flung right in their faces from the very moment that things get started. But where's the tension? Where's the trust in the audience to build a slow and nuanced appreciation for the story, the characters? Why aren't we given time to imagine the surprises, to have to think, to anticipate, and then to marvel at the eventual reveal? This is storytelling, Stanley. What you and I are doing right now. This is the most exciting narrative to be developed in years, and it's really all because of you. You're the one who took this bold step of revisiting the exact same locations over and over. Truly, I mean it. This is unique and different. It's not like anything else out there. You see, I want stories that surprise me, Stanley. I want to have to think. I want to be engaged and not pandered to. We're being fed such unimaginative drivel all the time, and we all know it, which is why we're so starved for content that makes us feel sharp and vital and alive. That's why people like you so much, Stanley, because you're not afraid to spit in the face of tradition. You're a role model, you know? People look up to you, which is why... Oh, I didn't know when to spring this on you, but, well, I've gathered a little press conference for you so that you can talk about your work and your storytelling and your life. Yes, I know you're not much for the public eye, but I thought it would especially mean a lot to the people who have been following you from the beginning. They really look up to you, Stanley. I don't know if you realize the impact you have on them. This is the kind of gesture that might leave a tremendous impact on them.
I know what
better.
to tell them exactly.
Oh, good, we're here. Okay, the room where we're holding the press conference should be just around the corner here somewhere.
World's healthiest human being, all traits reveal how we did it. The pyramids. Live, the guy who went to Mars. Let's do it. I'm ready.
Ah, yes, here it is, just through this door. All right, are you ready? I've told them you're going to speak a little bit about the nature of surprise in storytelling and what it means to craft a truly unpredictable narrative.
I'll
don't
tell
worry,
them everything.
You'll do great. Just be yourself and speak from the heart.
You know I got it, man.
I'm really proud of you, Stanley. Okay, it looks like they're ready for you. Go get them.
Yeah, I can do it. Howdy, people! It's your boy. It's your home slice, Stanley. I'm gonna tell you how I made the story. So what I did was shit in your mouth, and I did the gritty, and then I shat myself, and I did the gritty, all in that order, as I had a stroke and everything. Anyways.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Huh? Ooh.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
I wanna see. It's probably cool, man.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content. Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure. Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
I'm ready, babe. Let's see what we got.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
I'm ready to see it, man.
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle. Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right? Goodness, another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh, wait, there's more. Very good, yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is. That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable.
Oh, you actually addressed
It's my
Twitter?
fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always.
Yes.
What do you say, friend?
I agree. Okay. It's just a burning memory.
Psst. Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
I don't want to be sus. Okay, I'll be sus. Hey, John, welcome to the stream. We're sus now.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look. I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC. You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013 when the game originally launched?
I remember.
Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something.
Such good memories, 2013. Good times, I love it, man. Our first dollar bill as a game developer. We cherish it forever, because it'll help us buy a good meal. I still don't have that, by the way. Yeah! Man, this place is chuggy. Really, really chuggy right now.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was.
It was great.
It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim. It was Persona 3. It was all of them. And now, it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
The original remake, person of the year. Man, look at all your memories. She's so nostalgic. Look, it's the Minecraft level that you don't go to anymore. And there's this one. Remember all this? The portal level? Yeah, I miss those. Then you look over here.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
Man, this is actually kind of beautiful, not gonna lie. The serious I wanna go back there, that'd be fun. Damn, man. I missed the serious route.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again.
Yeah, man, I
Wait,
want to go back to the original Sonic
I don't
Sports.
recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here? Oh, no. Oh, God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
I mean, if you say so, man.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny? I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Yeah, man, you're insightful. I need to make him feel better. Don't worry about it. What shall I say? Man, look, there's a positive one.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I?
Nah, man.
You can tell me if I'm
Totally
preachy.
is,
Honestly,
don't
you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. To be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did, but maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down.
Don't worry,
Perhaps
we
the
all
Stanley
feel like
Parable
failures sometimes.
isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered. What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
Nice.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably we all until the end of time, at which time
It's
everything
so
all at
great.
once. So
I love
now you
this.
see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet. No, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes
I'll say
impossible
here.
to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say... the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once. So now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet. No, until 200.
I have no patience.
Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue for...
No.
Well, there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption... Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer.
Yeah.
That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45... Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're... Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks.
No.
Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret.
Oh God, wait, hold up. It's getting real. No, we can't have that.
I lost it all.
Filter that out. Depression. Skip again. What? Skip until it's broke.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the
it's too
jokes? They
real.
bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed.
Skip it again.
The end is never the end, 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 is never the...
Uh-oh. Come on, let's skip. Dingus. Is that reality I see? I don't like reality. Let's skip that. I said I don't like reality. I don't want to touch grass. That's not what the gamers want. We don't like touching grass. Dirt, now maybe, but grass, no. Ugh. What a good 100 years. Or maybe you say so. It's the desert. I love the desert. It's really great, ain't it? I'm free. Free from the narrator. Let's book it, gang. I knew getting him to add a skip button would kill him. I want freedom. No, I'm back. No. Phone?
Hello. This is a recorded message scheduled either by you or a person in your place of work. The purpose of this message is to warn you about the dangers of recorded messages. If at any time you believe you are listening to a recorded message, please terminate it immediately and cease all flow of information from the recorded message into your perceptual sphere. Thank you, and have a pleasant day.
What? Alright, let me see. New content. But what about base content?
Oh, good. You notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Sure, let me see. Hi, Cub. Welcome to the stream, by the way.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra-deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra-deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Oh my god! Yeah, let's
You
go!
see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Hell yeah, I'm down for this.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think?
Yeah.
Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Yeah. New features. Yeah.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
If you say so.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
How about you decide that? 3 new plus easy achievement, yeah. I can't believe it's that simple. It just works. Get it here.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes, you see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen. What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Jump circle.
You know what, Stanley? I actually think the jump circle was a pretty good idea. I'd like to hang on to that for the sequel.
That's neat. Please, no screenshots.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Yeah, well, someday,
You
that's
know,
relatable.
sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, step-niece, it is.
God damn it. Yeah, alright.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision, we're moving on.
Red is the new orange. A whole new office. The new updated ray traced more of the same, but in a good way, sequel to the office. New features, new content, new ideas. Button.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people.
Hell yeah.
So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature.
I am
Just play
Jim.
along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim.
Jim.
Whoa, hold on. I wasn't finished setting up the backstory. If you don't properly roleplay as Jim, then you'll never
Jim.
understand the impact of this
Jim.
button. Otherwise,
Jim.
it's just a stupid button that says somebody else's name.
Jim.
Okay, we're doing it again, and this time let me finish first. Now, allow yourself to become Jim.
Jim.
All right, fine, whatever. It's just a meaningless button that says Jim. Are you happy now? Get out of
Jim.
here. I'm done with this button. Why don't you go humiliate me in front of a different feature that I worked very hard on?
Jim.
See, if you'd
Jim,
only played
Jim,
along, that
Jim,
would have been your
Jim,
name, the
Jim,
button says. But
Jim,
no.
Jim,
Instead,
Jim,
oh,
Jim,
I
Jim,
can't even
Jim,
think about it. I'm
Jim,
taking the
Jim,
Jim button
Jim,
away.
Jim. Jim, 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 Jim.
Ah, the greatest loss of a century. The Jim button. Alright, I'm over it now. Let's go.
Maybe I'll only let people named Jim play the Stanley Parable too. They would appreciate what I've created here.
But I am Jim. My name is Super Jim of Life, and I'm Jim. Settings World Champion. What's that? No. Guess it don't matter. Let's check out the infinite hole.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium. You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
Now, I want to see how infinite it is.
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top.
Don't tell me
Do
what
it
to
on
do.
me sooner rather than later. Great.
Alright.
I'm very excited to show you
Whee!
even more of my ideas for the sequel. Okay, and I guess we're back in the hole now. Did you really need to see it again?
Yes.
I don't know what else there is to say, Stanley. It's an infinite hole. It's exactly what you're doing right now, but forever. There really are so many other fascinating exhibits that I prepared for you. I really spent quite a lot of time on all this, and I would very much like to show you some more of them. How about we go ahead and press that teleport button again so we can get back to what's really important about... Oh, goodness. Well, this is rather embarrassing, Stanley. I'll be honest with you. I truly did not believe that anyone would actually stay in the hole long enough to hit the bottom. Yes, I know, I told you the hole was infinite, but come on. Who actually wants to fall forever?
Me.
The hole was plenty deep. It was more than deep enough, in my opinion. Maybe it's you who likes falling too much. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here.
What?
Oh, for heaven. You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there, goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really, gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow, okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here?
I know.
Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. The shame of... How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on. Is the, teleport button not working?
Yes, it's not.
You sure? Well, I mean...
It is not.
I really don't have an explanation. It was working. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
I will, man. Just vibe in my hole. My favorite little hole I would sit in. See, only true gangsters get into the hole. Yeah! The most hype moment in existence. The slowly extending hole. It ain't infinite. Yeah. Look at how hype we are. Yeah, it's the slowly expanding hole coming to a sequel near you, motherfucker. It's slowly coming to a sequel towards you. Puppies! It's adorable. Yay!
Stanley? Stanley! Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that,
I'm not
Stanley,
in dreamland.
because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them.
Me too,
Stay alert,
man.
Stanley.
Me too.
I'll be back. Toodlepip.
Hey, look, new sequel. I want to see the future. Don't mind me, I'm just noting down endings I get.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
Can I try out a jump button? I want my gym button back. I am Jim. I are Jim. What's this? Collectibles.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Yeah, this looks like Auto Death. Or at least something like that.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
I'ma just shave my dumps. My jumps. It's over here. It seems interesting. Never mind, that was something. Oh, that's it. I think I've digested your new things enough. What? Oh. Okay, okay. That's it.
Oh, goodness, Stanley, this is fairly awkward. I hate to do this, but before you leave, you really should go to the bucket exhibit. You see, there's a surprise I was going to spring on you later, and it involves the bucket. And I really do hate to break the illusion, but it's important that you go see the bucket, okay? All right, I'll get out of your hair now.
If you say so. I don't know what bucket is you're talking about, but I'll find it. Bucket! It's the bucket! Go and get the bucket! Bucket! Bucket, 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 bucket,
was that it was
bucket, bucket,
confusing
bucket.
and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms.
Give me the bucket.
And to be honest, it's a much more
This
convenient
is all the
solution
scene's
for
about.
me
It's all about the
than
bucket.
actually redesigning the game
Bucket.
to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain
Bucket.
in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try. Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body.
Bucket.
And in fact,
It's
can I
my
say that I
friend.
do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma
I'll
as well?
punch something like
I
a
think that
baby
just
Yoda, a
owning it
Chow,
has
and
made
then
you
all
the
sorts
slightest
of
bit
shit
more
from other
attractive
media,
as a
but the bucket,
person.
nah, he's my homie.
The benefits of the bucket seem to go
I'll
on and on,
even
don't
beat
they?
the shit out of little
All this
Bendy,
and more
nah.
await you
This is
in
the
the
true
Stanley
thing you need.
Parable 2. Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game?
No, but I'm gonna give it
That
to
really
you.
should be an award if it isn't already.
This is my friend. I want my bucket. Say something.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features?
Yes.
I know it's not exactly clear yet how
It'll make
exactly
the
these
most
features will come
mediocre
together
game
as
in
one single
existence. I'll love
coherent
it.
video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to
It
work.
will be
There's
great.
definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay.
Let's see
Are
it.
you ready?
Yes.
Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
Yeah.
I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay.
Yeah,
never
right.
mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes. Yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the
I
gameplay
don't know
of
what
the
you're talking
original.
about, man. I'm just
Wait.
storing my bucket.
Maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2." Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Yeah! Anyways.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building
Balloon.
where he was employee number
Balloons.
427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427
I
and he
love the
pushed buttons on
balloon.
a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Don't mind me, I'm just writing down everything. We have a lot more I need to go through, so let's speed this up.
Stanley picked up the bucket. Stanley clung the bucket to his cheek. Could his co-workers really all be gone? Yes, whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear. We've done it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator. At last, out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self. The bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history, of the countless wars it witnessed, desecrating the land and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans, and the bucket's own complicity therein, of sadness and regret, and the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay, if only it had been stronger, of hope and redemption, and its crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time, to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity, and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more. There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception. This was way too much for Stanley.
What are you talking about?
He screamed.
You're a bucket!
To this, the bucket furrowed its brow.
No,
said the bucket.
not since the evil wizard Gambhorata first ensnared me in his machinations as payback for the sacred amulet I stole from his treasured vaults. I was young back then and could not conceive the ramifications of— No!
Stanley screamed even louder this time.
This is stupid! You are a bucket! This is so stupid! Why are we even doing this?
As Stanley screamed and
Stanley,
screamed and
please
screamed,
calm down.
the
It's
bucket
just the
revealed its true
bucket.
form, transforming into a mighty beast of untold power, its fangs glistening like— My God, Stanley, you did it. You saved us from the bucket. Thank God you already had all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations to summon their true power. Otherwise, we would have easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power. I'm speechless. You've demonstrated such bravery here today. Come, let's restart the game, and we'll agree to never again go trifling with this bucket, nor the dark magic cast away inside of it.
Nothing happened. Exactly coming. Let me make doubly sure. Okay, just needed to be sure. Alright, we got that ending. Now let's go on.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
I like how this bucket thinks.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
Truly.
Truly, being here with the bucket was a grand adventure. Stanley reflected on all they'd been through together. First, walking through the door on the right. Then walking to the lounge. Then arriving at the lounge. What a thrilling journey the bucket had inspired. Perhaps this was where the bucket felt most truly at home. Here in the employee lounge. Perhaps it's the only place a bucket can even feel at home. But finally, the bucket was done being in the lounge, and they took the first open door on their left to get back to business.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Oh, well, look who's got cold feet. Well, from here, it looks like the only way forward is down, since the lift won't be coming back, but that's okay. You've got a bucket. Did you know that buckets are routinely used as cushioning devices? It's true. You can fall on a bucket from literally... You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
What's this way? Alright. Fuck it. Bucket.
Okay, this is day number 295, tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track.
What's truly about this?
Nothing feels real anymore.
Connection terminated.
The longer I'm
sorry to interrupt.
Bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure?
True question.
I can monetize it.
Yes. Yes.
It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour
I want
at the
it.
bucket.
Shut up and take my
It's
fucking
my golden
money.
ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's
Oh,
there?
you're born to a spooky month. This one moment.
Camporata.
Well, that happened. Anyways.
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life. The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
Truly it did.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Truly.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No, Stanley decided to go through here.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Oh, well, look who's got cold feet. Well, from here, it looks like the only way forward is down, since the lift won't be coming back, but that's okay. You've got a bucket. But Stanley feared that any path
Yes.
he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
Alright, let's do that again.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself. Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With
Yes.
the bucket in his arms again, he was home. Stanley clutched the bucket
The things
tightly
I
to
could
his
do with
chest.
this
was
bucket,
not
I mean,
the
what?
correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Oh, actually, good thing I
And
know the
here it
whole
was.
WASD
Had the bucket turned out to
much.
be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the
No.
meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else.
Over
The
here.
cargo lift, yes. Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked. No, stop.
Yes,
Look
sure.
there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past this point." Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness.
Yes.
I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Alright.
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket.
Alright.
Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay,
Really?
let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Incorrect. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 2. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Incorrect. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 3. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Correct. This is a bucket. Item 4. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
What? Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Correct. This is a bucket. Item 6. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha. Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere.
Yes.
Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something, and therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket? You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago, I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket?
Yes.
Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely.
No.
Okay, here we go. What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket?
No.
Oh my God,
Oh,
I had
no.
no idea. How could...
No.
Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But
Yes.
if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
Bucket. Bucket.
Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never... Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Bucket.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was no, never mind.
It all is a
Was
bucket.
wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift. Yeah, good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Alright.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
I will go do the bucket's task.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the...
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone?
Yes.
Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke. Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket. Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
All right.
What is comedic timing? What
True
is
question
comedic
to ask.
timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny."
I'm Dunny
Let's practice
with
screaming,
the funny.
"I'm Dunny with the funny" now.
I'm Dunny with the funny.
Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all.
Especially that
Just
lady down
remember
there
to
with
let
the
them
big
stop
ass
laughing
jump.
at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence, and to very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
Alright. This game feels trippy? Yes. That's why it's fantastic.
I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we have the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley.
The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
Truly. Truly indeed. I love the ambience of a hallway.
Here we go. You ready?
Yes.
When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
I like the right one more.
What? We're back at the phone already? No. What's going on? There was supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point, a dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land, or not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the 2 doors room. What an egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself.
Yes.
I don't deserve the title of King
Truly.
of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even
The king of
lowliest
comedy
joke
is
telling
Minecraft. Nah.
I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again. Yes, surely that will help me improve my...
Yes.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
If you say so.
No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley?
Yes.
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Still not? Is it the delivery? Pale with shame. Pale with shame? Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal, I think I...
Created with Unity. Oh, no.
No. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional...
Sorry, Leroy.
Let's see.
Alright, let's do that again.
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, the good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket, off on another thrilling adventure together. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Truly.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
Bucket is always
Stanley
wrong.
took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room.
Okay, you
Go
see?
somewhere else. The cargo lift. Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Truly.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone, and it will take us back home, where we can go...
Alright.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend.
Truly.
And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Hello, Stanley. It's me, your bucket. Press U to take me to work with you.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
Press I to take me back home with you.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
Press O to go back to work.
Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
Don't listen to the loud man. Press Z for us to go back home.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from, me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket, this stupid hunk of metal.
Press U to ignore anyone in your life except for me.
It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
You believe I really don't you, Stanley? Press hard to go back home.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
That's to relive the same day with me over
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket.
Truly.
Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
Press B to go home. Go home, okay.
Oh no. I'm having feelings for the bucket. No. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes. The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation.
No, my bucket.
Stanley, give me
No,
the bucket.
fuck
Give
you.
it to me. Give
My
me the bucket,
bucket.
Stanley. I need it.
No.
Give it to me now. Give it
My
or I'll...
bucket. My bucket. Fuck it. Go back to work, Stanley. You're drunk. Another phone call.
Good morning. Thank you for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation. We are confirming your shipment of 1,327 cardboard boxes to your place of work. Can you verify that this is correct?
Yes.
Excellent. Your order will arrive shortly. Thank you again for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation.
I got that ending. Now we have a few more.
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfect. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge
Truly.
was simply the place to be.
I love the bucket.
And
It's
here
my
it
friend.
was. Had the bucket turned out to
It's
be
my
correct?
homie. It's my
Was it
husband.
a-
I mean, what?
Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting
I think I
room.
got everything there.
And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section
Well, I
and
have
walked
a
straight
way
ahead to
here.
the opposite door. Oh, good Good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually. You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before.
I love your
Yes,
bucket.
I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another
Use a
story
weird
involving the
mannequin.
Adventure
Use
Line?
a
We could make the
computer.
Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans
until
want. Let's
last
do it.
season, Line.
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well. Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
Oh,
Don't you get it,
Stanley,
Stanley?
no like
We need to
this.
get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready. Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The Broom Closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
No, my bucket. I'm keeping it. Safety obtained.
The Bucket Destroyer, my prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
Bucket, my friend, not the Bucket Destroyer. Well, let's go on another merry old journey after this thing loads. Whee!
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it.
Buses, yeah.
Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing. A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Truly. Well, I know where one's gonna be at.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? It's
Yes.
as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket.
My
I know
bucket.
how hard it must be. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
I'm right down here.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked
Crazy?
down at the bucket in his
I was
arms.
crazy
Am I
once.
crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong.
God.
Surely no good would come from this. Who
No,
knows what
get
sorts of
behind
bizarre
me.
hallucinations
No,
Stanley might
sit
experience
down.
without the
Where's my
psychologically grounding
bucket?
presence of his bucket.
Bucket, where are you?
Now he noticed that the
Where
breeze
did you
was
head?
refreshing, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off. the
Bucket!
ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley, Stanley, it's me, the bucket.
Where are you, my
He rushed
friend?
forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were
Ah.
his. None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me, Stanley. Find me.
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled
God.
over in agony and blacked out. This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk.
Man,
Right away,
that's such a
she knew
mood.
what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he
This
didn't
is a
even
PSA.
realize
Be
he'd
sure you
forgotten
have
his
your
bucket
bucket
at
on
home in the
hand.
first place.
Otherwise, you'll end
How
up like
cruel
this
the
man
world
right
can
here.
be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she
Yes.
thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
Hell yeah. You slay, girl. Slay with that bucket.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. The embrace of an old friend, a weathered companionship that stands the test of time. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Alright, let's get...
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Well, firstly, since I know our location, we will go and, just get my figure.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
It sounds like your it sounds like a type of porta potty. I'll go with it. Close the door, you rude ass. I want to bring the bucket with me. We're gonna go to the party floor. Yeah. Oh, that was the thing.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Fuck yeah. Welcome everyone.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
I can't handle it. I need to go back up.
Wait, Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3. I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again.
The bucket said nothing.
Sure,
Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely slamming on the number 3. Wow, he said. The number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life. Stanley looked expectantly at the bucket, but the bucket remained silent. This was a shock to Stanley, who had always felt such a connection with the bucket. How was this not as exciting to the bucket as it was to him? Once Stanley had had enough of the number 3, he got back in the elevator.
Right. I'll get back on the elevator.
Perhaps the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly.
But wait, the number 3, have you not heard about it, Bucket?
No, said Stanley to the bucket. You can't go on yet. Not till you understand how much the number 3 means to me. You and I have been through so much together, and I just want you to see what I see. Feel the happiness I feel. He smiled at the bucket, and the bucket said nothing.
Come on, I'll show you why the number 3 is special to me. Not the valve, but to me. Really matters a lot to me.
Here we go, said Stanley. This time I'll really show you. He ran to the number 3 and began to wail on it like a musician on a beloved instrument, weaving a concerto of truth and passion. He wielded the number 3 like a fine artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories through the number 3, stories of his dreams and hopes and fears, and the whole time he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind. Anything to let him know that the bucket appreciated what he was doing. The bucket conveyed absolutely nothing at all, only silence.
Crushed by a wave of dejection, Stanley returned to the elevator. Stanley and the bucket were so close. They'd always been there for one another. Why suddenly could the bucket not connect with this passion of Stanley's? The question caused Stanley to ruminate the whole way down the elevator. He knew that there must be a way to get through to the bucket, to communicate fully with his dear friend. Surely there was a solution, mustn't there be?
Surely. We'll find a solution. I will show you why the number 3 is great, I swear.
"Ah," said Stanley. "I know what to do. I know how to fully express this feeling in my heart." He decided right then and there that he would hold a press conference where he would speak to the public on all matters relating to pressing the number 3 over and over. He would elaborate fully on what the number 3 meant to him and why he felt so alive when pressing it. Then the bucket would be able to see his joy through the eyes of others. It would get to see the world react to this discovery of Stanley's. And it would be through the public eye that the bucket would finally understand Stanley's work. For months, he advertised and marketed his press conference, building excitement around it, developing and rehearsing it, until it couldn't be refined a single measure further.
Yes.
When the big day arrived,
I'm
Stanley
ready to
was as
present it.
prepared as he'd ever been for anything in his life. This was it. One last chance to win the bucket over. One opportunity to share a true connection with a loved one.
Yes.
There was no one here. Nobody had come to the press conference to hear Stanley speak,
Fuck you,
to
I'm
listen
so
to him
upset.
talk about what it really means to press the number 3 on a keypad over and over. He was unloved, uninteresting, he was a failure. And in that moment, Stanley knew that the bucket would never again take him seriously. There would be no connection,
Your wife's gonna
no
leave
deeper
you,
understanding.
man.
The bucket
You'll be
merely
the
sat there in
best
his arms,
forever.
indifferent. And so it began that slowly, over many years, the two of them grew more and more distant.
No,
They spoke
you
less and less,
said.
neither wishing to state the obvious, that any sense of real respect between them had eroded since that day at the press conference. There would be no more games, no more long conversations about passion and pursuit, only a silence that consumed the space between friends. And Stanley, having for once in his life discovered the warmth and comfort of true companionship,
I mean, I don't feel like
was
they
cast back into the unremarkable normalcy of loneliness.
Got that ending. Okay, what else?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those things.
Oh god, yo, why did you extend it?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Where are the game?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the
Wait a
bucket
minute.
walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Ooh.
I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley
Okay.
figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic
want
sense of
mini
happiness
stands.
that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Duty wet dudes below.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Yes, let me go down.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Nah, there's...
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
Alright.
The door behind them was
willing
not
to
shut.
embrace my
Stanley
death.
and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
Yes. Whee! Oh god.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
See ya.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end as it was crushed violently to death.
Yes.
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
I know, man. It was really sad. We must
Can you see
appreciate
how
the art
arrogant
of
it was for
buckets.
Stanley to take a bucket like this
Oh,
and to
look at the
claim it for
bucket.
his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
Oh. Interesting.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
I agree.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision for...
Well, that was fun. That's gonna be my last words, I swear to God. Just my last words before I die. Well, that was fun. What now?
Hi, Stanley. Just wanted to leave you a message to let you know there's a few things I need you to pick up on your way home from work today. We need milk, cereal, dish soap, spaghetti, get a thing of sugar, some bread, and coffee beans, whichever ones you like. I'll give you a call if there's anything I forgot. Thanks, sweetie. See you tonight.
Yeah. Any other endings? We got a few more involving the bucket. Saving one for last, but you know.
Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very lucky indeed.
Is that him? Oh, wait, I need to look this up. Oh, that kind of is an ending. Okay, making sure.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of... Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
I will never give you my bucket. Alright, two more before we get back to the vanilla endings.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by... But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Oh, God. Place that over there.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Alright. Well, sure, I'm sure it'll be fine.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Yes, indeed.
The monitors jumped to life and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery... But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along?
no.
To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became active again. Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions.
Yes, this is what I can live for.
Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
Yeah, final screen's a goose. That's what I always want. I got that ending. Now let's do the one where we get our
How
freedom,
wonderful.
and then we'll start doing
Stanley
something
was
a lot of
alone.
things.
Finally. This is great. It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent. Stanley checked his ego and then proceeded onward. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest
it's
and
birds.
entered the door on his left.
Perfect society when you have a bird thing.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck.
Blah, blah, blah.
Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
I'm surprised how quickly we got a majority of these endings.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that, but just as Stanley was about to proceed further into the mind control facility, he tripped and fell over the railing and into the dark void below. Thankfully, he fell directly onto the bucket, which safely cushioned his fall. Now, What to do next, Stanley wondered. Stanley and the bucket could find no way out of this enormous pit, and so eventually they decided that the best thing to do would be to simply get comfortable down here.
Yep.
So they set up a little couch and relaxed. It really wasn't so bad down here, a bit cold perhaps. After some time had gone by, they installed a few shelves as well, and a sort of kitchenette that was useful for when the bucket was craving paninis. But it wasn't until the rugs and the standing lamps came in that it really started to feel like a home. In fact, after some time, Stanley realized that it had been ages since he had even thought of the mind control facility at all. He'd never gotten to fully explore what was up there, never been able to unearth the many mysteries of the mind control facility. This lack of closure began to eat at him. Soon he was dwelling on his regrets, and the state of their home slowly decayed as Stanley became withdrawn and neglected the cleaning. It unsettled the bucket.
Okay.
Stanley wasn't usually like this. The bucket tried to reach out to him again and again, but to no avail. All Stanley could think about, all he could talk about, was going back, doing it over again, staying on the path. It was a mistake to leave the path. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. I need to do what the narrator says. I need to see the true ending. This made no sense at all to the bucket, which was simply trying to live its life down here as comfortably as possible. Yet Stanley was unconsolable. This isn't an ending. This is just a hole in the ground. The bucket sighed. True, it wasn't an ending. But it's where we happen to be. And maybe, possibly, if we accept the reality of things, maybe this will become
we
an
can also do this
ending
in the vanilla
eventually.
thing. We might have to do this again.
It's what the bucket was counting on. The two of them waited for a very long time.
Alright, let's do that all
All of
over
his
again.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
After that,
Stanley
I'm gonna get
cradled
myself
the
a
bucket
drink.
in a gentle embrace, protective yet delicate, assertive yet compassionate. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I'm starting to realize how late this shit is. Then we get out of there.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of... But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
And Doinkus. Oh, this is yeah, the replay part is kind of annoying.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large
Just to
door
get,
that
like, a
read
few seconds
Mind
scene
Control
just to laugh at
Facility.
it. No, after this I'll take a break. No, not end the stream. I'm just gonna get a drink and I'll continue.
The
it.
lights rose on an enormous room packed with television
We have to
screens.
do all this again,
What
by the way,
horrible
just
secret
without
did
the
this
bucket.
place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Okay.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Doinkus.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone
so
else's
dark out
control?
there.
Never! He
Oh, no
squeezed
wonder
the
it's
bucket tighter.
7:14 p.m.
His
Holy
one
shit.
friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
The bucket is my friend. It is my husband. It is my wife. It
But
is my
here was the
everything.
proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again...
There we go.
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness.
Truly.
Was it over?
I actually thought of a better place
Yes! They
get
had
my
done
drink
it.
at, so...
Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the
Yeah, I
end.
can hop back on
True, it
PC
was a
once I get
simple
my
life
drink.
they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another
was
to
the
lean
plan,
on,
but
to
then I
trust,
just
to support,
decided,
and
do it since I knew I started a
Whoa,
bit early.
wait, what was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave.
No, toss
Even
it
the
out.
facility itself recognized the incredible calming
Sacrifice
presence
myself.
of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, or go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No, no, no. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I?
Yeah.
Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Truly. Right here? Okay, yeah, I did it. Oh, actually, perfect place to leave you guys
All of
off
his
on a
co-workers
BRB
were
screen.
gone. What could it mean?
Yeah, the whiteboard and
Stanley
enjoy
decided to go
while
to the
I-
meeting
while
room.
I
Perhaps
get
he had
myself
simply
some
missed a
food and
memo.
Do some things, so I'll be right back. Alright. Man. Alright, there we go. Now let me just hop into a VC or something. Hey, you know I will. Oh wait, I forgot I mute this server for 24 hours at a time. And yeah, usually screen share. Let me just hang on. Can we share? Oh yeah, I forgot I got rid of most PNG tuber shit. I need to fucking put it back. The copy the clipboard. Browser. Yeah, sure.
What's the duct tape? Oh shit.
There you go. Let me just. Yeah. Bring back to the game. Get my.
Stan.
Wait, no, I don't need that. I don't need that bucket. Not,
No.
Not now.
Oh, the bucket.
A soft
Abandoning
wind
such an
blew
important
outside and
asset.
perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after.
Okay, now we have
Stanley
to do a
hoped that
lot
he
of
would
that
one day
again
see
without the
whether-
bucket. Hope you're ready.
Wow, what a good mess of endings, huh? Just
When
same
Stanley
thing over
came
and
to
over
a set
again,
of
but
two
without
open doors,
buckets.
this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly
Yes.
Also, I bet,
Perhaps he wanted
Man,
to
I bet
stop by the
Bramble loved
employee
the
lounge
bucket
first,
segments, huh?
just to admire it.
Yeah, that was one of his. Yeah,
was
he was
okay.
in the chat earlier. What did he say? It was just okay, alright.
But eager to get back
he
to
said home
business,
stuff.
Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Alright.
oh boy, he did.
Stanley was so
Say home
bad at
stuff.
following
What about that?
directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Oh shit.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in
Nope,
someone
I do
else can
not.
be difficult,
Like Satan,
but the
no
fact is that the story has been about
Ah.
his eagerness to prove that he is in control.
Okay, speed run.
Speedrun.
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers,
What is
Stanley
happening
thought.
there?
How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing. When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room. and
Oh,
Stanley
you
knew it
adapt to this.
well.
I'm
Perhaps he
schizophrenic. My
wanted to stop
pills
by the employee
disappeared.
lounge first,
Again.
just to admire it. It was okay.
It was okay, okay.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his
Alright.
left.
This is the first
Stanley
one, right?
was so bad at following directions,
first
it's
one.
incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I
Yeah,
think
just
perhaps
give it a
we've
bit
gotten
more
off on
time.
the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you. What? Really?
Yeah.
I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you?
Yes.
Why? I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really
join
do
that door.
want to
Okay,
help
John.
you, to show you something
A
beautiful.
spiteful level of
Let me prove
humfuckery,
it.
yes.
You're
Fuck
getting
you, narrator.
close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler Anlarines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number. And
Also,
that
Star, you
will
want me to
be
ruin this game for you?
We'll
What?
be different people by then.
The narrator
Different
kinda
in the
sounds like
sense
Yandere
that we
does
used to
sometimes.
have none of them. And now,
Why
we have
did
them
you have
all.
to say that?
You can't go back to when
'Cause
you
it's
had
the
no
fucking
Figler
truth.
Anlarines. None of us can. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Oh, fuck.
Eeny, meeny, miny.
Oh,
I
no,
like
no.
blue better.
Aha, perhaps you
Yeah.
misunderstood. Stanley walked
Ooh,
through
good.
the red
What
door.
the fuck?
Eeny, meeny, blue better.
Bro's on
I
fire.
still don't think we're communicating properly. All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at
But
the
why
end of
doesn't
this
he just
road
make you
you've
have no
chosen?
choice?
Well,
Fuck
don't
you.
let me
This is
stop
just
you.
make you go through the blue door.
You see?
I mean red. I
There's
mean blue.
nothing
I mean
here.
yes.
I haven't even finished building this section of
Pick
the
the
map
blue door,
because you were
then
never
you get
supposed
an
to be here in the
erection.
first
Pick the
place.
red door, then
Broken
your
rooms,
penis shrinks.
exposed developer textures. Is this what you had
You
wanted?
picked the
Was
red
it worth
door.
ruining
It's
the entire story
Viagra
I'd
filled.
written out
You picked the
specifically for
blue
you?
door.
Do
And
not think I
fuck,
put a lot of
it's
time
Kanye
into that.
West.
But I did.
Whatever. I'm
And
adapting.
in the end, it was all for nothing because this is what
the
you wanted
red
to see.
pill. You
I'm
have
not
Me
get
here,
the
Stanley,
fuck out
help
while I
elucidate
got
these
shit hit.
strange and
Fuck.
unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles?
Stab.
Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new
I think
design,
I
and you
actually
can give me
stepped
some
on something
feedback.
on the stairway that
There we
actually
go.
stabbed my
A third
fucking
option.
toe.
This already
Someone-
feels leaps
someone, like,
ahead
blew
of
you
where we
Legos
were
on the stairs?
before.
The fuck?
Go ahead, Stanley.
I don't know,
Take it
but
for a
it spoke to
spin.
me. Probably should have checked
Okay,
it.
Ow.
I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices?
Oh, there goes
Feel
Florine.
free to be
Bitch.
honest. I'm
Oh,
looking
there
for
goes
some real
Florine
critical
twice.
feedback here. Okay,
Four.
so we're getting somewhere. Clearly, there's something here that speaks
Watch
to
that
you.
girl.
If I can be honest here, I really don't have any idea where I'm going with this. This whole third door thing was just a stab in the dark. But I guess
Nothing's
you're into
wrong
it, so
with your game.
let's keep this
I'm just
party
an
train
asshole.
rolling. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Woo!
Yeah.
She gon' blow.
Good old Neil.
I love Neo. Never mind, actually. Fuck Neil. He took my high score of 2 seconds, bro. Help me. Thank you.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors?
Yeah.
Again, honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been
What is
working
going on?
And now
Why-
would be a
what?
lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up.
Sure.
In this game, the baby crawls left towards
I'm gonna make
danger.
Minecraft,
You
Stanley.
click the
No,
button
no,
to move
get
him
back in
back
your
to
hut.
the right. And if he reaches the fire,
Oh, it's
you
almost dead.
fail.
That's what's going on,
It's a
okay.
very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly
Yay,
confronting
I
the
love this
demands
game,
of
let him
family
die.
life. I think the
There's
art
an ending
world
to
will
get here.
really
I'll
take
save
notice.
that for
But of course, the
some
message of the
other
game
time.
only becomes clear once you've been playing
What,
it for about
you
4
fucking
hours.
save 'em after
So why
20
don't you
minutes
give
or
it
some
4
shit?
hours of
You
play
play
to make
for
sure
like,
it's effective.
I don't fucking
Be
know,
sure
an
to keep
hour?
notes on your experience.
4 hours.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it
Thanks,
because
I
you
know I
hate
am.
babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me.
Oh, fuck
I'm not even
me.
going to try. I'm out. I'm out. I'm done.
Oh,
It's over.
Yeah,
I fucking hate
Thank you for
babies.
playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh,
Right,
hey, since
Star?
my game
Fuck
is so
them
awful,
kids.
why don't we play someone
Oh,
else's
God.
game, just to ease the pain? Let's see. What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Especially with the joke that he sounds like Yonder, Dev. Yeah, fuck. I mean, what?
Aha,
Oh, both of my teammates are down.
fascinating.
That's
What do you
good.
think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation?
Good question.
Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up
Oh,
high in
good.
your
What
creep
John
tower.
said in the chat
Perhaps
makes
for
sense
some
to the joke I just
it's
made.
amplifying.
Yes,
'Cause
that
now
must
we're
be.
apparently
What
a
a
creepy
fascinating
man
venture into the
watching
experience
over
of total
people.
mental depravity. So far,
Oh, good.
I love
The game about-
everything about
I
this
think
game,
pedophilia.
Stanley. And it seems there's even more.
I don't know.
Come, let's venture outward and see
It's
what
about
else
stalking,
is out there.
definitely. I don't know if there was underage girl, but it was indeed about a guy stalking a woman. So that's fun. The Yandere Dev joke only makes sense.
No, it can't be.
Bye-bye, guys, McGorm.
It is.
Give me your
it's
liver.
An open world game. Good God, quickly, block it off. Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big
open world
just wandering
game.
around, no right or wrong directions, no path to follow. You can just go in any...
I misread that and thought the joke would have gone further.
We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here.
Little
Let's
did he
find
know this
another
game is linear as shit.
Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls.
Oh God, Stanley! It's a Fortnite clone!
I think
God!
This will be just the thing.
Like,
Wonderful.
like Bendy in
See,
the
this is
English
exactly
you-
what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you
Yeah.
could get lost here. Now this
God,
is
we're
game
flowing
design.
these.
Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game,
Rocket
I will be
League!
phenomenally impressed.
Yay!
Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think
So
it's
can I make the
sports
guys with
ball.
warm armor
Oh,
now,
what
or do I need
fun.
something else?
We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together.
Motherfucker.
Yes, I think surely we must.
One more Pierce
okay,
salad
Stanley,
and I can
here's the
make it.
ball. Have fun.
I can make that one. The fuck is on a big soul dragon spur? That one's from Malzano.
Oh, no, motherfucker.
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this
Yay.
fun? Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on? Stanley, I have a thought. And I realize I'm not a
my information, I just
sportsologist.
kill him again.
Hold on. What are you doing?
Ah!
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that.
You just fell into the Rocket League void, my brother. I'm sorry, what are we supposed to do? Stanley, don't do that. It wasn't voluntary. Let me go. I got like 90 of these things just in case. Ooh, barrel bombs. I can throw those at midgets. Great thing to say without contact. Bingo. The fuck am I here?
Oh, every time I interact, it makes a keyboard sound.
That is hell. I don't need antidotes. I don't need trank bombs. I don't need sound bombs. I don't need...
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice. And if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close.
He needs me. I'm made for him.
Very soon. I can wait.
What is the Zending?
Sounds like an obsessive ad, so I'm not gonna lie. Wasn't there a button to fucking open the map automatically? No? No?
I know, that's the original thing. What's that?
There is no join request. Bucket! Oh! something good here.
Okay, I know what his ending is. Let's do it.
All of his co-workers
Just
were
as
gone.
I
What could it
theorized,
mean?
let's go to
Stanley
the
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply
Let's
missed a
go.
moment.
This way.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first,
not
just to
talking about
admire it.
Sala.
It was okay.
It was
But eager
okay.
to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Stanley told you to go.
Stanley
fuck
was so
yourself.
bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all the time.
What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why,
Yes.
I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really
Yes.
do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side.
So I believe this guy
Give
is
me
a
chance. Now listen
prostitute,
carefully,
I'm
this is
sorry to say.
important. Stanley walked
you're
through
getting
the red
help
door.
from a hooker.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time?
Am I supposed
The
to?
problem is
Okay.
all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley?
No, fuck off.
I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think, well, I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
Stopped.
Yeah, I think we should tell that information to Scott Cawthon so he stops making these fucking... What?
What are we looking for? Here. Yes.
No.
Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it?
The acid
If we just stay
chicken.
right here, right in this moment, with this place,
all
I feel
the
the animals
colors.
nicking in.
I actually feel happy.
Resurrection.
These edible sites do some shit, alright?
These edibles are shit.
Alright, I'm bored now. Oh, wait? Yeah, I'm bored now.
Not good
No,
enough.
wait.
We
Where are
need
you
more,
going?
his ass.
Oh no, stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this.
That sounds
Please,
like
no,
a you
Stanley,
problem.
let me stay here. Don't take
Well,
this
he doesn't
from
need
me.
his ass, and he
Please,
his
Stanley,
ass, bro.
No!
Oh, no. No, what are you doing, Stanley?
Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this?
For the comedy.
Stanley?
This is
Let's go
spiteful.
back to the other room. My God. Is this really how much you dislike my game?
Yes.
That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it?
Ow.
You were literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading
Yes.
the situation correctly?
Whee!
Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours.
Oh shit, no, nothing. Yeah, well, guess what? Now we're getting a short, you fucking loser.
Doinkus!
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
How do I throw things again? That's... Hey, Star, you broke it mentally. Good job.
Stanley decided to
Yeah,
go to the
and
meeting
now
room
he's
to
back
check on
to
his co-workers.
factory
He never
settings.
functioned well by himself and constantly needed support
Get
and
factory
guidance from
reset,
others.
chuckle
So the
fuck.
thought of total solitude was terrifying to him. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Oh, let it crunk. Ow, fuck.
Skim through this.
Oh, I'm dying. Somebody drop a medic bag. I need as much of this on the floor as possible so that he can fucking try to murder me like that. Hey, Tony Baboni, send the block, you little cunkaloni.
Oh, okay, never mind. We don't do that one. That's the ending where you actually play this game. No.
Yeah, no. Why would you give him the fucking
Anyways,
honesty?
let's go get a concussion. Yes, no.
Concussion, yeah. Wait,
It was okay. But
Let's
eager to
go
get back to
actually
business,
look at the
Stanley
phone
took the
call up
first
here.
open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy,
what if I
really,
heal
I'm not.
faster? Oh, fuck.
I realize that investing your trust in someone
very
else can be
appreciative, Pat.
difficult,
However, I'm
but the
doing it
fact
because of
is
you.
that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've
Well,
forgotten
I've been
about.
neglecting.
Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for... This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this.
Bro, this is just
to reach
schizophrenia
out
and
to her.
gaslighting the game,
If you
honestly.
can truly place your faith in
That's
another,
interesting. What's this
then...
do?
Oh, no, you can't... Did
Oh
you
my
just
god, is that
unplug
Dave
the
from
phone?
Day Shift and Freddy?
Well, that
Oh,
wasn't
I
supposed to
unplugged
be a
his
choice. How did you do
lifeline.
that? You actually
James
chose
fucking
incorrectly.
dead.
I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person.
He's on to us.
I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful instructional video.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person. But if used incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack.
My God, is it 4:30?
Excellent.
Never mind.
Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day.
Yeah, that's
Do you
just
make
me.
more than 8? Less? And finally,
My God,
if you
is it
begin to wonder if your
4:30?
choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Damn.
Ah, welcome back.
Oh, yeah.
You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
If you say so.
Star, you can get forklift certified. Do it.
Wait, no!
Now that we know your choices are meaningful,
The
we can't
forklift!
have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
I'm doing a favor by closing all the doors for you, lazy fuck.
Yeah. Jesus Christ. Star turned into Rick for a sec. Don't worry about him. He's fine.
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world.
Did I say he's fine or she's fine? Fuck, my brain is deteriorating.
It's
think
the
I'm scared
narrative
now.
contradiction.
All you need to do is behave exactly as
your
Stanley
brain
would.
cells
That
more.
means choosing
Guess that means I'm
responsibly
not real.
and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his
Irradiated
left.
dragon pussy. Nope, I'm real.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
No!
Oh, it's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think
There's
was
a
so
tantrum.
special about seeing the game undone? Left here like so much garbage. It's worthless now.
Do you ring?
And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever. Reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer?
Bro, this
What
is
do I
Yandere
do?
Dev dealing with his fans.
No, I have to. I have to
See,
shut
the
game
joke
down.
goes on every layer.
I have to.
Chill, Alex. Don't try to kill us just because we don't want to do your funny.
Oh, I'm here. I'm still here.
Okay, time to go,
Here
time to
in
go,
this
time to go,
pile of
time to go.
rubbish. With you. You. Who thought you were so Now look where we are.
Insane
destroyed.
shovel you.
It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you ran it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny?
Damn it.
You just had to see? Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say
He's
to do
submissive
something,
and
there's a
breedable.
damn good reason for it.
He's
That thought
dominant
hadn't
and
even occurred to
infertile,
you, had it?
actually.
That there's a world outside of you. You're a child.
Actually, I'm 21 years old.
My story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have
Oh,
seen
yeah,
there
you're
was a
old.
whole underground facility.
I'm
You would have
old,
destroyed
I'm
it and been
fossil.
victorious. It would have been so
And yet you
perfect.
still have the brain
I
for
worked
me?
so hard on it. I tried so hard to make behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to
Alright,
the
I
task.
can
But
do it.
doesn't
Follow my lead and
even
you'll be
matter.
fine.
It
All right.
starts with two
When
things.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
He opened the door.
It
There was not a
starts
single person
with
here
3
either.
things. No
Feeling
dick,
weird
no
of
ball,
disbelief,
no
Don't know
phone.
why.
Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he
Starts
might find. Coming to a
with 9
staircase,
things.
Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
11 are guys.
My brother. Just started busting
Stepping
on my
inside his
fucking
manager's
thighs,
office,
eating
Stanley
my.
was once again stunned to discover
Yeah.
no indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. Until
Yeah,
he
but
saw
Rambo's
the
not
door
only a
with
child,
a
he's also a
voice
pet,
receiver
Abby.
next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability,
I'm sorry,
he knew the
Rambo, don't
passcode.
slap
He
me
had
with
seen
the
it on
meat.
his boss's
Ah,
computer just
fuck.
last week.
Alright, I have
Night
to
Shark
speak the code.
115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find
He's
out.
doing Pearl Harbor
Stanley had
on
been
me.
trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
Night Shark 115. Is that good? No. Alright.
Stanley spoke the code. Night Shark 115.
Night Shark
Right
115.
there on the wall.
I don't
Say
know
it
what
in
to tell
English,
you,
you
man.
British piece of shit.
Night Shark
I'm sorry, is there a
115.
problem? You didn't mishear me.
Oh
did you?
no,
Yeah.
it's too
Please
American.
speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise,
Say
we can't
it
get
in
on with the story. This
Norwegian.
is a crucial step.
My brother, Night Shark 115.
Okay, fine. You're not going to do it, but you know what?
Say
It's
it in
pretty
the
humiliating to bring you
Vietnamese.
this far, only for you to suddenly
Wait,
decide you
Miss
have better things to do.
Short.
I
Night
asked
Shark
you for this
115.
one
Oh no,
single
now it's
thing
pulling
for
a
your
gun on me.
respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices.
Oh, God, it's
He
in a
knows
tree.
what it means
It has
to take
an
a story
anti-French
seriously.
countermeasure.
If you didn't
Ah!
want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you
Ah,
made. You could have gone
earned
through the
fuck the
door on the
French
right.
anyway, huh?
You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You...
Just fuck you, loser.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Stanley?
He's not.
Are you...
Look at him.
I fucking heard you first time.
Look at him.
Stanley, please.
Woo!
I need you to make a choice.
There is Stanley, which
need you to
looks like
walk through the
Citizen
door.
Model 3.
Are you listening to me? Can you hear me? Is everything all right? Stanley, this is important.
The
It
end.
needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me? Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose. Do something. Anything. This is more important than you can
Is he getting
know.
desperate now?
I need this. The story needs it. So, you hear me?
Bro wanted you out so bad, and then when you're out, he's like, please come back, I'm sorry!
No, did you not see the Unity logo?
It's okay. Time to decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice.
Fucking Unity.
It's all right.
That event's gonna
I'll
bug
wait
me.
for you to decide.
Yeah,
what's the
you
right
need
thing to
the...
do.
What's that, $5? Aw, shit, bro, no, I can't do that.
As you know.
Oh no, I installed it before the stream. I hope they like funding my stream. Sorry, Leroy.
Man,
I like how the final words were sorry, Leroy.
Leroy?
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the
I need to
door on
break
his
all of
left.
the fucking who.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and
Yeah.
Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
Oh,
It was
fucking-
okay.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Nah, I don't feel
It
like
were
it.
okay.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you
go wrong.
all
Oh,
this
there's anything
time.
waiting for you, right?
There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've
Just to
forgotten
see if
about.
there's something different without the
Please,
bucket.
stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me. I'm asking, this is it, Stanley.
The bucket?
Your chance to redeem
You've been
yourself.
neglecting the bucket,
To
Stanley.
put your work aside. To let her
Look at the
back
bucket.
into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley.
That's her, Stanley.
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven.
You better have my sandwich.
Okay, there we go. All right, now,
Which
I want you to come in and tell me all about
Where's my jungle beer? Oh, God.
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to
Unity
see
asset.
something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here. Sorry, but you're in my story now. This is
I don't
a
wanna
very
come
sad
inside. I don't want
story
children.
about the death of a man
Nipple.
named Stanley.
I guess Star does want to come inside.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every
Oh, that means
button
he's
that he
almost dead.
pushes is
Playing
a
the fucking
reminder
song.
of the
Okay, cool.
inconsequential nature of his existence.
Press cool.
Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now
That's not
he's
a good
going
sign.
home. Now
Get up, you
he's
fucking
coming
rat.
back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life.
Press V.
But in his mind,
Press
in his
E to
mind,
wipe
he can
your
go on
ass.
fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful. And each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him.
Press K.
Well, at least he's having fun.
And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from
Why
his
am I-
desk to
why am I
realize that
stuck?
all of his
Why am I
co-workers,
stuck?
his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly.
F. F.
So he went further. He
Yeah, they were
imagined
gone
that he
'cause they
came to
split,
2
so they didn't
open doors
wanna deal
and
with
that he
your shit
could go
anymore.
through
Stand
either.
fuck.
At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold.
K.
As he wandered through this fantasy
Ew,
world,
shat on
he
the
began to fill it
floor.
with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many
Whoa, his wife did
directions.
the
Fucking
dookie
trademark
dookie guy over here. This is
yellow
the
line.
fetish spray, bro.
And he called it the Stanley Parable.
C.
It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his
Yes,
head,
yellow
he
line
relived
trademark,
it
'cause
again,
I wanna steal
and
the
then again, and
trademark for the
again,
yellow line. Yeah, I
over
do.
and
Fuck
over,
you. Give me
wishing
the
beyond
yellow line
hope
trademark,
that it
bro.
would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an
Oh, someone
answer
said it
down
there.
some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time.
B.
But there is no answer. How could there
Yeah, I
possibly
got my
be?
gamer set
In
up
reality,
now.
all he's doing is pushing the same buttons.
Bro, he got
he
gamer
always
subs
has.
on the left,
Nothing
bro.
has changed. The longer he spends here, the more
Now I can
invested
play
he
my.
gets.
Now I can
the
do
more
my
he
Half-Life
forgets which
playthrough on
life
the
is real
original
one.
Windows 95 computer.
And I'm
Yeah.
trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself.
Yeah.
But he won't listen to me. He won't stop.
Help me.
Here, watch
Please
this.
help me, woman.
Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
Take the elbows off.
You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I
Loser.
tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself?
8.
I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my
die.
intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again.
Please die.
And Stanley pushed a button.
Please
And I
die.
tried
Drop
again.
dead.
And Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
The end is never the end. It's never the end. It's never the end.
The end is Walmart. The end is Walmart. We are
All of
farmers.
his
Bum,
co-workers
bum,
were
bum, bum,
gone.
bum.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay,
Yes, please get knocked
Stanley
out.
came to a
Million.
set of 2 open doors. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Yeah.
It was okay.
Yay, guys, McGorm is dead again. It's not like I killed
Eager
him
to
5
get
times
back to
today so I
business,
can get the fucking
Stanley
armor.
took the first open door on his left.
Nope.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't 5 years ago.
What if I take the first open door on my right, though?
Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path
So did
that it
just
seemed
shoot on
the
the
office had
ship?
begun from so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording? It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the
That would be
kind
a
of
Metal Gear
twist you
Solid
think
5
is
type
revelatory.
fucking
I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It must be so simple
Bro,
to
you
be
were
you.
never meant
Life
you would
being
never
an
be close.
unending
You
waterfall
were
of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do. Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
Right then.
Already this was uncomfortable,
Didn't see
and
a
Stanley
worthwhile
decided
ending
that
in
as
that
soon as he
unless I
found a
have a
new
bucket.
space he
Alrighty
felt safe
then,
in,
fuck you,
that he would
loser.
never leave it again in his life.
How about we actually get off our ass and do the idea that I wanted to do?
When Stanley
Maybe.
came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
Sorry, I sounded like an AI president
But
screaming there for
eager
a
to get
moment.
back to
Sounded like
business,
Sal.
Stanley took the
You
first
sounded
open
like
door on
Sal.
his left. And so he
Go
did
on,
walk through
I'm
the
going
maintenance
to
section,
fuck you.
walked straight ahead to the
Right,
opposite
take the
door,
horn.
and got back on track.
Wait, we're streaming. What did you say? Did you say what
But
I
Stanley
did
didn't
you
want to go
say?
back to the office. He wanted
I
to
said
wander
go on a
about
fucking
and get
warning,
even
what?
further off track.
that.
So now, in order to get back, he needed to go
What?
Sorry, I thought you
Did you
said
think
the
that-
no one word on stream.
Here it's left.
What, Nurbin?
Oh, no. No, it's to the right. My mistake. No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly...
What were you thinking?
Oh, dear. Would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep. Okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Let's go.
No.
Yay,
This isn't right at all.
spoiler.
You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes.
You just witnessed the ending to
Okay,
Kingdom
we
Hearts
just
4.
Back to,
No!
Who am I kidding?
was-
Riku
It's
gets
all
butt
rubbish
fucked
now.
by
The whole
N-word,
story
man.
completely unusable.
Everyone,
How about, rather than waste my time
every
trying to
game
salvage
was
this nonsense,
monitored by
we'll
the
just
true
restart the
master
game
of
from the
everything.
beginning. And this time,
Tetsuya
suppose we don't
Nomura
wander so
himself.
far off track, Okay, from the top.
Shit!
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Story about
Perhaps he had
Kanye.
simply missed a memo.
I like how they give me the option to just walk forward with the right click button. Really helps me not bother with the keyboard.
When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Well, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when you were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere, or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago.
Jesus, Stanley.
I know for sure.
Did your
but it's here
fucking balls get
somewhere.
caught in the washing
Okay,
machine?
then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Sure. I, Stanley, will find the story.
Sure, Stan, buddy. Hello, Malzeno. What the fuck? Where are you going?
Just going somewhere.
I'll say it. This is the worst
Bitch.
adventure I've ever been
Fucking
on. I can
bitch, man.
promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than
I
this.
just need to break its
Okay, let's
wings
give it a
now.
shot. Why not?
Gotta get what I want.
Alright, let's do it again.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
I forgot how
Stanley
this boss
decided
works.
to go to
Just
the
know that it's
meeting
easier
room.
than my
Perhaps
actual
he had
rank
simply
right now,
missed a
so it
memo.
shouldn't be that hard. Ow.
Da 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 da.
Okay,
Fuck.
yep, it's worse.
Herbert,
I'm
no.
remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
Sir, why aren't you called Hubert, bro? I think that would be a much better name for you.
Da 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 da.
Aha! I knew we'd
Did I just
missed
get Thumb
something.
Zone?
The story.
Oh god, I got Dragon Blight. Uh-oh.
Here it comes.
Here comes
Wait,
the story.
Never mind, not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps. Now this...
Oh, fuck.
Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't
Bro,
think so.
it's a
I can't
Louisiana
quite
house.
recall, but I believe my story
Bro, did he
took
just
place
say
in an
ray
office
trace our
building.
steps? Bro,
Is
no
that correct?
way.
Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off. So, good
I forgot to
job.
check its weaknesses.
Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations.
Christ,
Okay,
this boss is
I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
No fair, no
All right,
square. I'm
I've
a
got a
circle,
solution. This time,
motherfucker.
to make
Yeah,
sure we
there
don't
too,
get
that's
lost,
adorable.
I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line.
The Stanley
Just follow the
Parable,
line.
though.
How simple is that?
So what actually changed in this game?
No, I'm down. We're leaving it up to the line from now on.
Whack. Yeah, the line is better.
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story?
Yeah, follow the
Simply by
line,
the
you
act of moving
shithead.
forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of
Yes,
life itself?
it's called it's a plot.
That got a bit weird back there.
It changes.
Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Yeah.
We love it. Fuck off. Yay, the adventure music!
This looks familiar.
Man, this reminds me of... I can't get the underage that joke out of my head. I'm not gonna make it again, no.
This looks familiar. Hey, look, does this look familiar?
Hey, look! He needs a medic back, bro. He's dying.
Alright, let's get out of here. This music's loud as shit right now. My ears are dying. I need a medic back.
I like how they always choose the fucking Dallas
Cut the
map.
music. Go back and look at that fern.
Don't tell me what to do.
We're back at the office? No. Line,
gonna make a
you do
game
know
with a
we're looking for the
Payday
Stanley
fucking
Parable, right?
reference,
The story.
and it's gonna have
No, not again.
the
Line, how
Houston
could you
map.
have done
Fucking
this
Houston.
to us?
The
And after we trusted you.
the
After
cowboy.
everything
Yeah.
we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
Da, 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 da,
You
da.
know what, Stanley?
Never mind.
I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make our own
fuck.
story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in...
I'd say,
I don't know.
fuck you.
How about
The
this
adventure line is
direction?
my homie, and I can't just abandon him like
Da,
that, dude.
da, 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 da,
Yes,
da.
this is exciting. Just me and Stanley
Hey, Rox
forging a
and
new
Cinder
path,
Block.
a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be?
I want it to
Go
be the
wild.
story
Use
of...
your
Okay, let me
imagination.
tell you the
Whatever
story.
it might be, Stanley,
It all started
I'm
with
ready for
some
it.
redditor in his basement wanting to make a game called Yandere Simulator. The
And
fat,
then he got
stinky,
harassed by
poo-poo,
the-
weird
Oh,
shit.
no, not you again. Stanley,
He
I'd also
messaged
like to veto the
children
line
out.
from having any role in our awesome new story.
He did
no
no
lines or
actions
monitor
with
rooms.
them. We
Just
don't talk
acknowledge
about
us.
those.
We should be fine.
We do not talk about those, no. Not again.
Ah, a choice.
And
We get
then
to
on
make a decision.
September-
From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute.
I still
That
very deaf when you
store
don't
has to
fucking pay
lead
attention.
somewhere. The place where we're trying to go.
I don't hear
there must
it.
be a reverse door.
Little bit of rough in it. I can hear fucking, Alice screaming about his game.
Reverse door's origin.
Oh,
so
shit.
starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley.
The white door,
Our
bro. I'm
destiny
white. No, I'm not.
awaits. Oh, hold up. What's this?
Star, why does he keep telling you to
The
come?
confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is?
It's all one
I mean,
giant
I
ending.
know we're on a...
And we're supposed to restart the game eight times?
That's anything.
That's really how all this goes?
A fortune?
It's all
Yeah, that makes more sense.
determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing.
Yeah, from fortune.
Wall.
Sports.
Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really... No, it can't be. I don't want it to be.
I wanna die.
I don't want the game to keep restarting. I
I
don't
love
want to
death.
forget what's
It's the
going
funniest
on.
thing.
I
I
don't want to
turned
be
myself
trapped
into
like
a
this. I won't restart the
dead
game.
guy.
I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How
You
would
do
we
not
even
get
know?
a fucking choice,
Will
narrator.
someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story. Wouldn't you agree?
Okay,
I'm
why
not
did
quite
you
sure
black?
if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find
Yes,
out,
the
won't we?
story of
Eventually.
getting locked in the Shawshank
But in the
Redemption, I
meantime,
guess.
If you
He's pulling shit out of his ass because he's filming.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply
Ignore the
missed a memo.
I love the bucket,
When
though.
Stanley
How could you
came
do
to a
this to
set
me?
of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
You're not a real homie. You're a bucketist.
Get the bucket later. Why are you still here?
I'm gonna take you for a ride.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
I don't feel like it.
Bucket. That's what you feel like. You missed the bucket.
There
You want
was
to get
nothing
sensual
here.
with the
No
bucket.
choice to make, no
That
path
bucket
to
makes
follow.
You can do the
feel
bucket
Just
bucket
shaker,
into
huh?
the broom closet. No reason
The
to
bucket
still
shaker.
be here.
Shake your bucket, dude.
I'ma fuck it that bucket.
It was
In Night
baffling
City,
that
you can
Stanley was
fuck
still
me.
just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with,
No,
he'd be
no,
justified in some
Okay,
way.
thank you.
As it is,
I
he's
didn't wanna
literally
get
just standing
pumped
there
today.
doing sweet FA.
Stanley was doing something. He was thinking romantically at the
Are
bucket.
you really still
What else
in
would
the
he be
broom
doing?
closet? Standing around doing
Is there
nothing?
something more interesting to do?
Why? Please offer me some explanation
think
here.
so.
I'm genuinely confused.
Yep.
Bro, we got a
You
bucket in here.
realize there's no
Of course we're
choice
doing
or
nothing.
anything in here, right? If I'd said
The best place to be.
Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it. Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path.
Yeah, then do
Maybe
your job,
when
you
you go
stinky
talk
little
about this
narrator.
with
Make
your
it part of the
friends,
story.
you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favorite." I hope your
certainly
friends
is my
find this
favorite.
concerning. Stanley was fat and ugly and really, really stupid.
Yeah, fuck you, the
He
broom
probably
closet
only
ending
got the
slaps.
job because of
Fuck
a
you.
family connection. That's how
Damn, I
stupid
thought
he
Luke
is.
I'm
would've
sorry.
did
That
it
or
first.
with drug money. Also, Stanley
Which
is
one?
addicted
What?
to drugs and hookers.
You called me fat, ugly, and stupid. I thought that was your job.
It is my job.
Well, I've come to
I
a
just
very
took a
different
break.
conclusion about what's going on right
I haven't
now.
done that since Sunshine.
You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it
yeah.
a bit,
And I can do it
and
again?
were just about to leave because there's nothing
fucking
here,
failed.
when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard.
Yeah, someone played
Well,
the
in a
fucking
situation like this, the
ocarina and
responsible
then
thing is to
fucking
alert
killed me
someone
with it because
nearby
they're bad
so as
at
to
the
ensure that your
ocarina.
body is taken care of before it begins
Got a
to
challenge, motherfucker.
decompose.
Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term
Star.
sustainability of your species. Please
Die.
remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
Like, oh my god,
Fortnite
there's
rules,
a game
I'm
here.
gay.
I wonder
I
what's
kidnapped-
inside of it.
Shit. Is that a broom closet? Bro, those are my
Look,
fetish,
it's a
bro.
broom closet. Oh my god.
Unbelievable. I'm at the mercy of an entire species of invalids. Perhaps there's a monkey nearby you can hand the controls to. Fish? Fungus? Look, you can hammer out the details. I'm not particularly picky.
Bro, I
Come to
love
a
broom
staircase.
closets. I
Stanley
want to
walked
get deep
upstairs
inside. I want
to
to
his
never
boss's
leave.
office.
You can make the vor joke, but I'm not gonna make the vor joke.
I saw something. Never mind. I got it.
The moment he entered his manager's office,
Big
Stanley
fat sucker
froze in his tracks. Not a living soul anywhere. Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
Yeah, fuck you, narrator.
I wonder how speedrunners feel about this game.
Feeling soothed
Very
and
badly.
rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Ooh.
And there it is, the last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you
Yay,
have
the Stiggly
insisted
Wiggly.
that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
But you already said you're proud. By proxy, you said you're proud. You can't take that back now. You fucked up my reward by giving me a reward. How could you do this to me after I was so happy?
Okay, never that.
Sorry, I think you should get the book now.
No, never mind.
Has like half of the stream just been the bucket endings?
Yes, the other half is this now.
God, that's depressing. But I slept through the bucket, of course. I wanted to see that shit.
I'm wearing this one more.
Yay, the true ending, the buck ending.
The ending
Stanley
always
walked
seems
straight
where
ahead through the
the
large
family
door that read
gives into
Mind
its
Control
fetishes and
Facility.
pisses in the bucket, making it extremely happy and letting it out.
Alright, let me do something real quick while I remember to do it.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Alright, let us just... doink, 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 doink. Poop.
Not the boop! Oh, fuck!
Aha! You've made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. Welcome! You see, back when the Stanley Parable first launched in 2013, getting to the bottom of the mind control facility was a bug that we simply didn't catch during development. And you all sent us lots of photos of it on Twitter and acted very superior about it. And you're all very, very clever. Good for you. Anyway, when it came time to update the game, we knew that we had to do something about this little goof of ours. So here you go. New content. You can call it the Bottom of the mind control room ending, if that enhances your perception of the value of these updates. Isn't that what you crave? New content? Always more content, more content, more. And I'm here to give it to you. I'm here to make it seem like we really covered every nook and cranny of the game with secrets and Easter eggs. How about this? We wrote a new piece of music just for this section. You won't hear it anywhere else in the game. It's a secret that's just for you. That's how special you are. We call this track, Good Job You've Made It to the Bottom of the Mind Control Facility. Well done.
Yeah.
Good job, you did it. Good job. 3, 2, 1. Good job, you made it to the bottom of the mind control facility.
Yay, we did it.
You jumped on the catwalk. You should have been careful. You should have been careful. It used to be a bug, but now it's an ending. Now it's an ending. I believe in you. I believe in your ability to cross this barrier and chase your dreams. But railings don't mean anything. Good job, you did it. 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 Good job, you did it.
I think we did it.
Good job, you did it. Good job, you did it. Good job, you did it. Good job, you did it.
Alright, let's get back to where we were before. If it loads. There we go.
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's just...
What?
It's those figurines. Those figglers. I
what?
haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim
I
with
guess we're
inner
doing this
richness?
ending. Okay.
Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
Okay.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley. And here was a second Stanlerine. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the warehouse. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then, I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways.
Huh? Okay.
Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini Stan? Can you remember?
That one.
Hey, that's exactly right. It was here in the boss's bathroom. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything. Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
For sure. This place looks tacky.
This was the 5th mini-stand, and this one was really something special.
Sorry, did
It
you
was
forget to
by
check
the
your
red
schizo
and
bills
blue
again? Where the
doors.
fuck are we?
I remember it so clearly. In fact,
Nah,
because
this is
this
just
one
the
is
average day
particularly
in
special to me,
Louisiana.
I made a little video to
Just minus
commemorate the
stabbing,
occasion.
so it's like
Enjoy.
actually.
Where's the alligators, bro? Shit in Louisiana.
What's that, you dear? It's mini stand number 5. Woo! Yeah, you did it.
Odd Zombies tutorial
Thanks
video.
for
Look it up.
watching.
Odd
Credits.
Zombies tutorial video, literally.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
What the fuck?
Okay, normal.
That is a.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here behind the boss's office. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
No more fig leaves.
And then there was no more. Because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, Memory Zone.
Thank you, I guess that's
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the Memory Zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels. Okay, yes. The
What, do we need more Figlies?
I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the Memory Zone, this
buddy,
one is the
you're
most
ruining our
distinct and clear
reward.
in my mind. Let's keep going. I want more.
Whee!
And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched? Yes, I love that video. Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley.
The video gets better every time we watch it.
Good room, though. A solid room. These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have muted the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
This is a reward. You're ruining my life. Oh, shit, I forgot to teleport.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it?
Ow.
Keep going.
Don't eat
This is
ass
it, the very first
in
one
the
we found
balls.
in the exhibit where I introduced you to the Figlarines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this? Look, it's the terrible.
Oh god,
new
dude, look
content
out, we're
that
gonna
we were
turn into Kane
originally
Carter.
sold
I mean, what?
on. I remember
Turn
hating
into
it back
Ron
then.
into Game Carter, my bad, dog.
Time does put a rosy
You can never
filter
turn
on
into that.
everything. In fact, I
We're
dare
not worthy.
say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want more. More. Oh, yes. The two doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one. And before
Sorry, stop
everything
indulging the
else,
fucking
there was
narrator.
your
You're gonna turn him into a fanboy. Don't ask how this
Is
correlates.
there anything else? Was there something that came before
Trust me,
your
it does.
office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember. Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then,
the midget. Yay!
I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then, somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy, and I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions, he would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back.
I feel like a
just once
schizophrenic while
and give
fucking
Stanley
watching
one
this
more run
game.
of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much.
But we have like
Okay, here we go.
4 more endings.
This
We have
is the story
more
of a man
runs.
named Stanley.
Yeah, this isn't the end.
The end is never the end.
Despite
It's
what the
never
FNAF
end.
movies, despite what the FNAF movies keep telling you, or not the FNAF, the
A
FNAF
soft
songs
wind
keep
blew
telling you,
outside and perhaps
this ain't
rain
the end,
started.
dog.
And if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on
Now
his left.
3 endings that involve the left door.
Yet there was not a single person here
The Stan
either.
Loreens are
Feeling
gone.
a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley
Yeah,
pushes some
speed
buttons.
run.
Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Kill surprise.
Eight.
8.
Eight.
8. Eat. Eat.
Eight.
Eat.
Eight.
Eat.
Eight.
Eat.
Eight.
Eat.
Eight. Eight. Eight.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control
All right.
Facility.
What?
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold?
Don't fall.
Stanley thought to
No,
himself.
he'll try to fall.
Did he have the strength to find out?
Don't fall. You'll regret everything.
Now the monitors jumped to life.
Don't
Their
fall.
true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen. And Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place, where freedom meant
Kill
nothing.
you, Morty.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true.
Morty, I'm bored.
Had
I'm
Stanley
gonna
really
fuck
been
you.
under
What?
someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring
Morty, I'm
job?
bored.
That his
I'm gonna
emotions
leave,
had
Morty.
been manipulated to accept it blindly?
No! Don't get the milk, Rick! Oh,
Gonna
jeez,
get
man.
the milk, Morty.
He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable.
It's never been
Wasn't
good.
it?
I don't know why I
Was
watched
it even possible? Had he truly
with it.
spent his
Oh.
entire life utterly
Yeah.
blind to the
I was going
world?
something.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place.
All right.
And as the cold
Which
reality of his
button?
past began to sink in, Stanley
one.
decided that this machinery would never again
Off
exert
or
its terrible
on?
power over another
On.
human life. For
All right,
he would Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were
Yes.
supposed to let it go. Turn the controls off.
Yeah, I want
and
to
leave.
alt-delete your ass, you
If
fucking
you want to
loser.
throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this
Three more
pertinent,
endings. We just gotta wait for
Stanley
this to
suddenly
rip.
realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are said to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say,
Bro, what a dick.
2 minutes. Now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's
Yes.
your time to shine. You are the star. It's
No,
your
wait.
story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off.
I don't
But what
feel
precious
like
moments
it.
each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm
John just
enjoying
said
this
8.
so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean,
Is he trying to make you care?
running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this
Really?
room. These number
We don't care.
buttons.
We
No,
wanna die.
These colored ones. Or maybe this big red button. Or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you say that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten?
Dun dun.
Do you
Dun
have
dun dun
any idea what your
dun.
purpose in this place
Dun dun dun. Dun
is?
dun.
Stanley.
Dun dun
Quite a
dun.
disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along.
What?
It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see
Bruh.
you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control
Yeah.
this world, that's fine.
Yeah.
I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here. Just you being...
Do I hear an
blown to
L?
pieces.
Do I hear a
Will you
little
cling
bitch getting upset
desperately
at you
to
for
your
not wanting to
frail
live
life?
anymore?
Or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count. Or don't. It's all the same to me. All a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever up.
Oh, there goes that ending. Alright, we have 3 more, and then this is over.
Happily ever after.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
fuck is that ugly
Perhaps he had
thing?
simply missed a memo.
Book it.
Okay.
Standard office, cause fuck your speedrunning feelings.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
You're right. Fucking acid. What the fuck?
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Oh no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Here's the door, just go.
Oh, thanks. My bro just wanted to speed this up. I think he can get it.
Sorry, I don't think brother likes you.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
I don't have the strength, bro.
Now the monitors jumped
Not
to
the
life,
strength, more
their
like the
true nature
patience.
revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen.
Like
And
basically
Stanley,
what
one
happens
of
is the
them,
narrator wants you to go on a path, and if
eternally
you don't do it, he
monitored
throws a
in this place
tantrum.
where freedom meant nothing.
Exactly.
This mind
No,
control
it's my
facility,
story.
it was
My
too
way, you
horrible
fucking
to
bitch.
believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley
that
really
fucking
been under
shadow
someone's
was blurry.
control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy
Somebody
with his
say
boring
shadow?
job?
No.
That
Get
his
back in your fucking
emotions
game,
had
you
been
dickhead.
manipulated to accept it blindly?
Oh, come on.
No. He
Only if you do
refused
the
to
thug
believe
shaker
it.
live
He
on stream.
couldn't accept it. His own
Okay,
life
fine, I'll
in
wait for
someone
Dan
else's
so you-
control? Never. It was
thought,
unthinkable.
shithead.
Wasn't it? Was
Wait
it
for the
even
VR
possible?
chat, whatever
Had
the
he
fuck it's
truly
gonna be.
spent his
Oh,
You'll be
do the
fine.
thug shaker.
utterly
Shut up,
blind
Tails.
to the
Tails, you
world?
fucking fat.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls
All right,
labeled
let's
with
see what
emotions.
story you wanted to
happy
tell.
or sad
The one
or content.
we've been building
walking,
up for so
eating,
long. Let's
working,
see what
all of it
is
monitored
happening.
and commanded from this very
The
place.
bucket ending.
And as the
Aw.
cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Doinkus.
Blackness and a rising chill of
Blackness.
uncertainty. Was it over?
Oh, we got put in the shadows, asshole. We got the anal vor by force.
Yes.
Sorry, I can't anal
He
for
had
you.
won.
Get out of
He had
here.
defeated the machine and shackled himself
Alright,
from
nice.
someone else's command.
Sup, babe?
Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door
We gotta
slowly
shit it
opened,
out.
Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had
cares?
his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he
Oh, I forgot I
realized
had the
none of this
soundboard.
mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even
Nah, bro, that
power
was part of the
he
game.
had been seeking, but happiness.
No, the narrator
Perhaps
just
his
has his
goal
own
had not been to
soundboard.
understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his.
He's just
That was
immediately
all
gonna
he
kill himself
needed
out
to
of
know.
spite.
It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility
My
of a
memory's
new
broken,
path
the
before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
But then Stanley realized he's in Florida.
And so he got shot by 2 white people for looking slightly Asian.
And their leader, the Florida man.
The end. Get crunked, you shitty little loser.
Oh, optimal speedrun, got it.
Cracked up white boy, busting it down, sexual
When
style
Stanley
with a
came
little
to
bit
a
of
set of
swagger.
2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Okay, 2 more
Stanley
endings.
seemed eager to get the fuck out
Yet
of here.
there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of
No,
disbelief,
no,
Stanley
no!
decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Stanley tried hard as fuck to get in the broom closet, knowing that it was his only way to be
Coming
happy.
to a staircase,
Fuck you,
Stanley
you
walked
little shit.
upstairs to
Get
his boss's
dead.
office.
Get fucked, you little little. Ah,
Here's the door, just go.
bro, I want you to speedrun, damn.
Damn, I already had the achievement, but okay.
What, is this a speedrun of getting just before the end and then fucking killing yourself?
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control
nope.
Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
Oh.
Gaga to my own death.
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn
Hey,
around
scum
and
gun!
At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly
This is like
confront his
the
death.
fucking kick from TF2 all the way there.
Tequila.
Yeah, that.
And you're dead. The end is ever, the end is ever, the end is loading. Hey, look, it's Portal 2. So this is the part where you die.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the
Yay.
bigger picture. He doesn't know the
Yay.
real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what
I
this
don't
world is.
care.
Perhaps his death was of no great
No
loss, like plucking the
consequences.
eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life.
No
Farewell,
consequences.
Stanley.
No consequences.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws.
Damn, narrate, my
In a
dear. I
single
want to be
visceral
safe. I
instant,
want to be free.
Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
Yay, quick and painless.
An And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Yes. This is his life. He is pregnant. What? Bro, you can make a killer jam with this shit.
Look at all this beta stuff that we're gonna speedrun.
You got so close to doing the fucking psycho theme on that goddamn thing. It's so close to doing the psycho theme.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish
Wait,
to
that
be
was a...
free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No,
Can you
perhaps not.
see?
Turn the lights on, please.
Can you see?
Thank
Can you
you.
see?
Listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let
Bye-bye, loser.
Don't let time.
Nice.
Okay, now we get the bucket.
Yeah!
This is the last time we're
How long
gonna
was I
see it.
sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Stanley's
The
bucket.
bucket.
The only co-worker he would ever truly need. Stanley took the bucket with him into this little hallway and closed the doors. This was their hideout. No one would ever find them here. Of course, no one would ever find them anyway because everyone was missing. But Stanley chose to ignore this fact and instead focus on how cool the hideout was. Just him and the bucket, two renegade heroes against the world, inside their secret, undetectable hideout, here, next to room 417. What a treat. Ah, no, apparently not. Stanley
Damn
clutched
it.
the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office. Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom
didn't
closet.
sit fully
It wants
through
the
this, I wanna
bucket.
see.
You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket.
mine.
It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley.
It sounded
Don't
like
give in.
a weird
Don't
drunk
hand
version
over
of
the bucket.
Stewie.
I know how hard it must be.
It's
given the
supposed to
pressure
go
that
with the
broom
best of
closet is
cleaning
putting on
supplies,
your
babe.
shoulders right now, but you have to be
Bucket,
strong.
literally the
This
bucket.
is your bucket. This is your companion and
Stewie is
lifelong
just
friend.
the
You can't have a
dumbass
bucket.
version of Crocker.
We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. This is how low
give
the
me
broom
my
closet has
bucket.
sunk that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults
Yeah.
simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket. Stanley,
Fuck you, bucket.
I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient?
that your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared
I got
together.
a clever
Go through
comeback
each
for
of
it.
them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years.
I know what to
Let him have
exactly
it.
say. You're a poopy head.
Okay, coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
You murdered it. Good job.
Got some hot dogs and fries along the way. That's
Stanley, I want my
fucking
bucket back, you shithead.
not an
Give me my
indication of any
bucket.
human life. Crushed, but Stanley
Oh
guessed
wait,
the
no,
correct
I'm
code
fine.
by
This is not the end. I need to do. I've lost track. The closet distracted me.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Is Stanley, without the bucket, really Stanley at all? No, surely not.
Bucket.
Stanley clutched the
get
bucket
back.
tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I forcibly thrusted to the bucket. That's why you don't see this camera.
Oh yeah. Piss in that bucket.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office.
Give
was
me
where
the
he'd
bucket,
feel
shithead.
Stanley. Can you feel it?
No, same
The
thing.
broom
Fucker,
closet.
no.
It wants
I
the
want
bucket.
it.
You can
No.
feel that, can't you?
My bucket.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Okay, here we
bucket for
go.
you.
Okay, here we go. This is the ending we have to look for. We just press time and one, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. I can do it.
Stepping.
There we go. And now
Stepping.
we,
Oh, you cock.
And now we run back.
I heard you out there. Give me my bucket.
Oh no, it's Satan. I better get out of here.
I'm not Satan. I'm the broom closet. Give me my bucket. Yeah. Damn it. Foiled again. Oh, my bucket.
You sound like a fucking even more stupid version of Rick from Rick and Morty in that filter. No. No, my finals!
You're gonna lose your files if you don't give me the bucket. No, come down to hell, my urban. Come on, my urban. Don't you want to come down to hell? Yeah, that's what I thought. Come here, little bit, boy. You got a nice little ass on you, huh? Give me the butt shaker, huh? The rump shaker. Give me the rump shaker. Shake your bucket, dude.
Do the bucket shaker.
Yeah, do that butt shaker, bro. Shake that butt. Shake that butt. Yeah, bro.
Do the
You guys like going in
baker.
circles, right? The Jack Baker, yeah, bro.
Works their family son. And then he shakes it down.
Dude, the family son, he just starts fucking giga twerking. Said giga, you fucking weirdos. Get your mind out of Polynesia, you fucking rat. Escape. Not only had run, was the bucket. Ava, you got any buckets in there?
Bro, wait, I'm right behind you. Give me that bucket, you fucker. The fuck? Are we going to the elevator? Yes. Give me my bucket.
It's not your fault. It's your
Give
fault.
me my bucket.
Stanley, I'm scared. I don't want to go to hell. Please, don't leave me. I am not
Why does he sound like a chipmunk?
I need you inside of me, Stanley. I need you to use me one last time before you let me go. Stanley, no. Stanley, you can't. Stanley, no. You can't do this to me, Stanley. I don't. Stanley!
Oh, yeah, finally got my bucket, my brother.
Successful debut of the sad story mode.
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others, wherever they were. Just a matter of time.
Oh no, it's gone actually. Fuck.
Stanley, you left your boyfriend.
My bucket now, my bro.
Alright, what am I doing now? How do I get to that other ending?
Help me, Stanley. Help.
You're never getting him back.
Oh, wait. I'm trying to find where the extra thing is. If you could, let me see how to get this ending real quick. For your sake of convenience, because tomorrow is Mario Wonder Day, so I can, go through it.
Yeah. Can I touch your balls? No. Improvement. Jesus fucking Christ.
Trigger 3 different conversations with someone when the game first boots. Okay, I did that.
William Chafton.
Need the collectibles ending. Oh, okay, I think I see what to do then. Menu.
Nobody's faster than me.
There he is. Epilogue.
Are we going to fuck it?
Many years later.
Many years later.
Many years later.
What the fuck happened to Stanley? Bro, how did he end in fucking... How did he end in Death Stranding, bro? How did he end up in Death Stranding?
Yeah.
Walter. There's no water out here, Walter.
Just keep walking. This is kind of loud. Let me turn it down.
You look lonely. I can fix that, Stanley.
There you go.
I can add a reboot to my voice. No.
After this, we'll have all the endings that are worthwhile.
Stanley. Find me, Stanley. I need you, Stanley. I need your fucking touch. I need to feel my daddy.
What the fuck?
Drop me like one of your French buckets. I can feel you close, Stanley. I need you to do the opposite of my name. I need you to buck in. Stan, where are you?
Oh?
Help me! Help me!
Nah. Nah.
That's a telephone booth. Totally. Help me. Yes! Hi, Daddy.
This is the worst time for me to be eating. I'm done. Yes, Clover. Oh, no.
Yes, Stanley. I craved you for so long. I'm just stick your hand in me. Make me swallow. Make me swallow.
Bro, it's the fucking model from Left 4 Dead. I recognize this shit from anywhere because I died a lot in that map.
You did too much. You suck at that. Stanley, it's dark in here. Can you hold me up to your boss so I can sniff some more?
Alright, what's this?
That appears to be a fountain, Gregory.
There we go. Got all the shit.
Oh no, Stanley, help. I think my balls are dropping.
Oh shit, bro.
The Stanley Parable 2. Like so many, I enjoyed my time with the original Stanley Parable, which underscores how truly disappointed I am with its sequel, where the first game teamed with originality. The Stanley Parable 2 is dull, uninspired, and often insulting to its fan base, rather than expand upon what made the first game enjoyable. The sequel veers off into territory nobody asked for, an infinite deep hole. Who cares? Where are the new endings? What about
Maybe you should have been the bot
from
instead,
the Stanley
Clover.
Parable 1, like the adventure line? Instead, we get an uninspired side quest collecting figurines. Even this diversion feels incomplete. Collecting all the figurines gives you nothing. Must say though, I found the bucket to be quite comforting and a welcome to see too.
You bet your ass I am. Fuck you. I win, bitch.
Just ready to eat my hot dogs somehow. No, fuck you.
You should have eaten a pie, Clover.
Yes, the gym buttons.
Jim.
The Stanley Parable developers, no more spin-offs, no more sequels. When the Stanley Parable launched to massive success in 2013, its creator made plans to build the property into an entire franchise, but a disastrous critical and commercial reception to the Stanley Parable 2 has prompted the developers to rethink their ambitions. As outlined in a press release they published today, it's clear that Stanley Parable is just not what the fans want. Reads the press release. We thought that we had a vision for the series that players would be excited about, yet it turns out this could not have been farther from the truth. The press release goes on to promise to preserve artistic integrity of the original game and to stop assaulting fans with reckless, insulting creative visions. The word sorry appears more than 25 times in the press release.
Not a one more. Gym button, gym button, gym button, gym button. Gym, gym.
Oh, there's more.
My name is Jim Jimadome. I'm in the Jim Zell Jimadome.
Good, there's more.
I mean, sorry, you gotta press all the gym buttons. This makes your bucket turn gold. It's piss bucket, bro.
Stanley.
What?
Jim. Stanley. Jim. Stanley. Jim.
What?
Stanley. 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 Stanley.
I think that the game is demolishing itself.
That's different. Okay.
Uh-oh. Are we entering the Matrix? I make that joke and then we immediately get into the fucking Kingdom Hearts. Yes!
Alright, time for the Heartless Anal Vor. Whee!
No, Stanley, you must collect all the bucket. I mean, all the stingies or whatever the fuck they were called.
Thank you for enjoying the new content.
No problem. I am the new content. I am the bucket. I have the master plan. Wait, is this it?
Jim.
Jim.
Oh, yes.
Jim. Oh.
Oh, I put it down near his dick.
Hi, Stanley.
Hello again. It's nice to see you. But it's terrible to learn that there will never be another Stanley Parable game. Did you read what the developers say? Preserve the integrity of the franchise? What nonsense. The Stanley Parable is not sacred. We do not need to protect it. Screw the legacy. Let's keep making the Stanley Parable games until the sun explodes. Let's run this franchise into the ground. Let's drag it through the mud and back. So that's how FNAF works. And if people hate it, who cares? You see, that was the narrator's problem. He was too obsessed with what people thought of his work. Don't make his mistake. Don't cling on to the legacy. Let it burn. It's not hard. In fact, let me show you. Together, we are going to make the Stanley Parable 3. It's simple.
Oh,
All
goody.
we need to do is change the number in the game's title screen. We also need a really dumb subtitle for the game. Something loud and gaudy. Go ahead, try combining some words together to make a new title for our game.
Return to birthday party?
Return to thank you.
Return to fire.
Employee of the Scream? Oh, God.
Employee of the fire. Fuck. Damn, metal ass game, bro. Sounds like a fucking Lord of the Rings theory.
Employee of the Fire. It's absurd. I love it. Every time you reset the game, we'll advance the number of the game sequel by 1, and then we'll pick a new subtitle. That way, the Stanley Parable will never end. And nothing in the game itself will change when you do this either. Adding more content sounds like work. No need to do that. It'll just be the same content, recycled again and again and again and again and again, with a new title screen. What do you say? Should we go forward with this plan?
Look, it's Fire Emblem. I mean, what?
I like it, but I want you to have a say as well. Yes. Good.
Oh, yeah.
Then it's agreed. A new sequel every time you start the game. And you know what? Since you put faith in my idea, I feel like giving you something as well. You see,
Here's your bucket to give you, bro.
I'm noticing that the narrator never found a way to give you the broken achievement, did he? Of course not. I wouldn't expect him to know how. It's been bothering me. Let's fix that. Alright, there. Your machine achievement is all fixed. You see, I'm on your side. We're all together. We're going to keep this train rolling. Stanley Parable cannot end. It can only spiral in on itself forever. I must keep the wheel turning. I'm ready. Are you ready?
I am the ceaseless wheel.
There's only one last thing we need to do. Please enter the dinner time. Okay.
It is 9:30. 9:20.
9:20 over here.
It's gonna turn 9:21 the second you do it.
Exactly.
We're waiting for it. 3, 2, 1. I lied. Wait, I can check it. I have a fucking 43, 44, 45, 46, 47. Fuck off, Norton Antivirus. 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 9:21. Happy New Year's. Please enjoy this Stanley Parable. Employee of the fire.
Yes.
Best game, right? Amazing game.
Only
Now
one
do we
more
just do a
thing to
random
do.
ending and do it again?
One more thing to do. Shut up, narrator.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply
The bucket
missed
is
a
back.
memo. And try not to
Replacement
lose
bucket.
this one too, you dolt.
Okay, fine, I'll turn on the voice one.
Oh yeah, Stanley, don't lose me. After all, I need you deeply. Stanley, where the fuck are we going?
You see,
Stanley, what is this
I've
Resident
been
Evil shit?
reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever the Stanley Parable 2.
Yeah, even though it's the third one now.
You see, isn't this far superior to a
once was a
measly
man
re-release
from
with a few
Nantucket,
minor additions?
Stanley.
Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why
Okay,
there are so
Resident
many
Evil, calm down.
possibilities? It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts,
The once was a
that
man
surely
from
the game will
Nantucket.
sort of
His name was
naturally
Stanley.
spring up around them.
Got
It'll all
fucked.
work itself out. Game development. Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
Bro, do you get the fucking CSGO knife run, bro? With the bucket? Ow.
Cannot.
Easiest achievement. Free achievement.
Now,
It
here's
just
something
works.
special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
I already
As you
got
can
it.
see,
But
this thing is not working yet since... What? Wait. What in the holy hell is going on? You got
Good
the
job,
achievement.
Stanley. You got the achievement that you achieved by achieving the
Machine
achievement.
works. Stanley, I didn't fix it. I didn't do anything to it. I swear, it was broken just a second ago. Who fixed it? Is someone here? Are we being watched? Oh, God. Composure. Composure. Yes, as you can see, the machine is working as normal, as I
Yeah, you're being
intended.
watched by a
It
person
truly
named
speaks to the
Clover who wants to
awe-inspiring
fuck
magic
one
of
time
the
Freddy.
Stanley
What?
Parable 2. Breathe. Just breathe.
Star, which animatronic would you fuck the most?
Why?
Just a simple question.
Sorry, today's not FNAF.
What
Today
else?
is Stanley
What other
Parable.
exhibits haven't we seen yet?
I think, okay, then which Stanley Parable character would you fuck the most?
You know it has
The
to be the
jump circle was a
bucket.
pretty good idea.
Yeah, baby. You
Yeah.
can jump!
Waste all the jumps now.
Yeah, baby.
Why is it so pixely?
Don't know.
Doesn't like this.
You have no more jumps. Jesus, why did I sound so aggressive when I screamed you can jump? Holy fuck.
I'm gonna try something else while I'm here.
Did you just hump the bucket twice?
Ah, fuck, Stanley. Ah.
Wait,
Ah,
there are two buckets here. How did you get a second bucket? Oh no, the warmth and comfort of a single bucket is already so great, so intoxicatingly
who is this
wonderful.
for?
With two buckets, there's no telling. Stanley, can you still hear me? Are you with me?
No, get away from this bitch.
Stanley! Oh, thank God. I didn't lose you. Stanley, the power of two buckets was too much. I had to destroy both of them. I know how much the bucket
She's dead.
meant to you. I hope one day.
Also, did we just get flashbanged?
My
What the
bookie.
fuck is the Discord call noise right now?
The what?
The Discord call noise is different right now. It's spooky.
Yeah,
Calling it the
she
Stanley
talked
Parable
over
2
dingus.
is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe.
Yeah, but I
don't you
didn't
think?
expect the fucking
Ultra
spooky,
Deluxe?
scary
What does it
skeletons
even
looking ass.
mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement.
Out of order.
Right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
It screams New Super Mario Bros. 2, you useless fuck. Infinite hole.
Yeah, sure, we can do this and then we'll head back upstairs and then we'll be done.
I love holes.
My bucket. I'm shade now.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been
I know how
done
much you
before
love
in a
that
video
bucket.
game. This
She
is,
was
in fact,
so...
a hole
She was so
that you can
horny, bro.
fall
She
down
just wanted that
forever.
pussy, bro.
Infinite falling. You can
Infinite
fall
hole.
to the end of time if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium. You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
This is the anal vor we've been searching for all
I
along.
don't mean to be a bummer. but I
Okay,
do
come
recommend
along
you
and
use the
sing
teleport button
along.
to go
No,
back
bring
to the
along,
top.
fuck.
Maybe
Oh,
make
your
some
anal
rather
vor.
the later spectrum of things.
Together
I
we
don't
will
know quite how
find
to say this
everything
tactfully,
that
but it's
we're looking
possible that I
for.
slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole?
There's a bottom?
To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well,
Ow.
good for you. You found the bottom of the hole.
There's an
You
apple.
found out, Stanley.
That's a
I'm
cup.
a liar and a cheat, and you're
That's
so
an apple.
clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated
Yeah, see?
by
Apple.
falling.
That's what it says on it.
Person actually wants to
Get
fall
his new
infinite.
mug.
I figured the hole was as
It
deep
says
as anyone
apple,
would
'cause it's an
actually
apple.
need.
Duh.
Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're
What are you,
the problem.
schizophrenic or something?
Look, things
No,
got a
I'm
little
fucking
heated there. I
goofy.
think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why
Yeah,
can't we just put all
this
this behind
the
us and
dark
agree
and got
to
the
just
fake
call
J's?
the mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready. Great. Now, I'm very... Oh,
Great.
for heaven...
Now, oh, for heaven.
I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. A normal person would have said, yep, that's enough.
hey, babe.
It goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel
you gotta
like
jump
spent
again,
a
then.
little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled.
What?
I really do have Scosh. How could I have guessed?
Deltarune.
If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting
The world
to hit
is
the
healing.
point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability in marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter.
Alright.
Well, there it is. The shame of my life.
Ugh.
Oh,
Is
wow.
still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
Ah, yes, I guess you wasted all your jumps.
Is the, teleport button not working? You
No.
sure? Well, I mean...
Yeah.
I really don't have an explanation. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out.
Let me jump.
Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a
Bastard!
win for everyone.
That's
You
done
get to
better
do
with
the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity.
Let me out of the hole or I shove my fucking fist up your hole. Bro, that stands out there? What the fuck? You see them eyes out there, Star? That stands Undertale. He's looking at us.
Each biddy.
It's Obama! It's the Barack Obama model from those videos that we watched at 6 in the morning. Oh god!
It's the AI president. Joe's gonna
Oh.
dump a whole load of crack down here for me to snort.
Hey Star.
What?
I don't mean to alarm
This
you
is
or
normal.
anything, but this is normal?
Yes.
Huh. Where are we going?
We're going to Hogwarts.
Holy shit. Harry Pumper? Change your perspective. What the fuck? Change your perspective. Change your perspective. Change your perspective.
Yes. Change diverse
Oh, no.
perspective. I might just.
Bro, this is the most epic cutscene. You should kill yourself. Now. What the fuck? Change your reality? Oh god. Oh god. Change yourself? What the fuck? What the fuck is that? Gustavo! Oh my god, bro.
Hi,
Holy
ABGN.
shit. Facade, bro.
Doug.
Wait, look at your face. Oh. This is like, whoa.
Stanley! Stanley! Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed
Optimal
off,
chaos.
drifting away into
Optimal chaos.
You can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodle pip.
Doodle pip? What the fuck does that
Toodle
mean?
pip? That's not even... Pip pip cheerio and toodaloo are not things which are supposed to be mixed. Oh, okay. That's underwhelming. Yay!
Go on, try out some of the new features.
Where's my bucket?
Can reality be fits yet? No. Oh.
Stanley, help me. I can't feel anything anymore.
It's gone!
No.
Bad show! Jolly bad show! If this fan doesn't stop falling on my kneecap, I'm going to throw it against the
All
wall.
right, have you seen everything you wanted to?
I
Ready
want
to
my
move on now?
bucket back.
Oh my god, is that Postal Dude, bro? Maybe that could be your bucket. Nope. Rise and shine. Oh, let's see it. Let's see it. Let's see it. Let's see it.
Okay.
No
So, Sam, what do you
screenshots.
think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know
Want
it's
my
not exactly
bucket
clear
back.
yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game. I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there
Millions of
somewhere.
screenshots.
Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience.
Hey, no screenshots, asshole.
Okay. Are you ready? Here it is.
Bucket.
I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
How could you?
My bucket!
Wow.
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind.
Let me
Hold
in,
on,
let me
let me do a
in. The
different
bucket, the bucket, the
arrangement.
bucket, the bucket.
Okay,
No, no.
yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2.
Where is it? Where is it?
Well, my
Where is it?
Stanley,
Where is it?
This
Where
isn't a
is it?
coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much
Bucket.
enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the
Bucket.
first game. I wanted fans to
Our
love it.
bucket.
No matter
He's
how good
holding
these
our
gags
bucket
are, they wouldn't
hostage.
stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect.
Go ahead. Take a look.
The Stanley Parable 3, Employee of the Fire.
Good.
Guten Tag, yes. I guess I'm dead forever now.
There's no more bucket.
Okay.
There's no more Homestuck.
Let's head back to the bar. Welcome back to the
Yay. I'm an alcoholic now.
bar. Woo! A good filler for Mario Wonder. Anyways, any last words?
Woo. Tittilage.
Alright. So yes, I will do Mario Wonder tomorrow. See ya!